Everyone had your breakfast? You all had your breakfast? Pakka? 100%? Good. Now keep two things in mind. Of electronic gadgets, your phone, your laptop, your tablet, whatever it is, it should be given to your teacher. You are not required to have it with yourself. You will be getting certain breaks, and during that breaks, you can use the electronic gadgets. Are we clear with this? Am I clear or it is echoey? Am I clear? अच्छे से? पक्का? You all are comfortable with English? Hindi? No? Thoda thoda? Good. Me also thoda thoda understanding Malayalam. Alright. So how many of you attended the training session? How many of you attended the training session that was conducted? The training session on Google Meet. Raise your hand, up and high, up and high. Use your placard. You have a placard in front of you. You take the placard and you raise it up high. Up high, 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 high. How many of you did not attend? Is there anyone who did not attend? Venezuela, Pakistan, Qatar. Okay, anyone else? No? Indonesia? Anyone else? You want me to explain the rules and procedures again? Huh? You want me to explain the rules and procedures again? Delegates, I will be requesting you all to be more participative. Either to say yes or to say no. Take? Clear? Yes? Right. What I'll do is, I'll explain you the rules and procedures. Right? I will explain the rules and procedures once again for your understanding. If in case you will be having any doubts, feel free to raise your placard. I will try my level best to clear your doubts. During the course of debate, for today as well as for tomorrow, if you have any other doubts, feel free to ask the questions. If you think that I'm very scary, that you don't want to approach me, you can approach to the vice chair or to the rapporteur. Right? Feel free. My job over here is to teach you how to do ambience, how to prepare speeches, how to give speeches, and to mark you. Right? If you guys ask questions, if you all ask questions, clear your doubts, then my purpose coming over here is fulfilled, is accomplished. Can we do this much? Yes? Louder. Good. Audience. You all are members of the audience? Yes? A bit of decorum, right? Try not to speak that much. Okay? Huh? If you all also wish to participate in some way or the other way, you can. Okay? Yes or no? Perfect. We have the right. So should we start with the rules and procedures? Before that, a very small introduction about me. My name is Shwetank Upadhyay. I am currently working as an in-house legal counsel. I'm a legal consultant for 14 companies. And I came all the way from Delhi to Cherior. I've done close to 380 MUNs over the past 5 to 6 years. Right? Let's have a good debate. Let's all participate. Let's all learn. Right? You teach me new things, I'll teach you new things. Right? A simple barter exchange, a simple transaction. Can we do this much? Yes? Good. Now, talking about the rules and procedures. We start the committee with something which is called as the roll call. right? Now, roll call is where you as delegates, you will be getting two options. Either to call yourself as present or call yourself as present and voting, right? In a situation wherein you call yourself as present, that means in the final stance of documentation, which is considered as the final portion of the committee, wherein we arrive at a final conclusion, right? We go forward with voting, yes or no? In terms of that final voting, if you call yourself as present, that means at the time of voting, you can abstain from the voting. Abstention basically means that you're not willing to vote either in favor of the document or against the document. Are we clear with this? In a second situation, if you call yourself as present and voting, that means that during the time of documentation, you have a very firm decision of saying yes or no. That means your power to abstain stands to be suspended. Clear or not clear? Clear? Paka? Good. Manas chalayo? Huh? It was correct? Yes? See? I also understand Malayalam. Right. Now, after we are done with the roll call, right, we proceed with something which is called as the GSL or the General Speakers List. Now, the first question that arises is, what is a General Speakers List? GSL is basically a part of formal debate. We will be having two types of debate, right? We will be having a formal debate and we will be having an informal debate, right? When you talk of the formal debate, we will be dividing it into two parts. We have the General Speakers List or the GSL, and we have the final documentation. Clear? Yes or no? In terms of informal debate, in terms of the other half, we will again be having two things: a moderated caucus and unmoderated caucus. Clear? Now, going by the first half, the first aspect of the formal debate, which is called as the GSL. GSL or General Speakers List is that part of formal debate wherein you as delegates, you will be presenting your country's stance, perspective or opinion towards the agenda in hand. Are we clear with this? Are we clear with this? Your General Speakers List will be of 90 seconds. In a GSL, you will be preparing your speech, you will be delivering your speech for 90 seconds. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now, in this situation, when you will be presenting your speech, you will be left with two options. In a 90-second speech, the first situation is where you will be finishing your speech after 90 seconds, right? Or before 90 seconds. Yes or no? In the first situation, wherein you finish a speech after 90 seconds, right? Whatever you have said till the 90th second will be marked upon, and whatever you speak after 90th second, we will be listening to it, but we will not be marking you upon it. Are we clear or not? Yes or no? Now, this is the first situation. In the second situation, wherein you finish your speech before 90 seconds, right? Whatever the remainder of the time is, you may be utilizing it with something which is called as yields. You all are aware of yields? Yes or no? Good. Now, yields are of three types: yield to the executive board, yield to another delegate, and yield to point of information. Those of you who wish to write it down, you all can write it down as well, right? We have the first one as yield to the executive board, the second one as yield to another delegate, and the third one as yield to point of information. Right. Now going by the first one, which is yield to the executive board. Right? Now the question that arises is what is yield to the executive board? Now you have 90 seconds for your speech. Yes? In a 90-second speech, you finish your speech before 90 seconds. Let's say 75 seconds. Right? Mathematically speaking, you're left with 15 seconds. Yes or no? Now, the executive board will be asking you, we are the executive board, right? We will be asking you, that delegate of so and so country, how would you like to yield your time? How would you like to utilize your time? Right? Now, if you say the delegate would like to yield to the executive board, that means that whatever your time you're left with, in this case 15 seconds, to give those 15 seconds to the executive board, and the executive board can accordingly proceed with the committee. Clear? Clear? Yes or no? Are we clear with this? Yes or no? All right. Now this is yield to the executive board. Now the second one is yield to another delegate, right? Yield to another delegate means that whatever the remainder of the time is, right? Now, the second one is yield to another delegate. Yield to another delegate basically means that whatever the remainder of the time is, you're giving that remainder of the time to the to some other delegate, right? And that other delegate can utilize to present their content. So let's say in this situation, we were left with 15 seconds, right? I'm the delegate of India. He is the delegate of Pakistan, right? Now, after I'm done with my speech, the executive board will ask that delegate of India, you're still left with 15 seconds. How would you like to yield your time? And I say that Honorable Chair, the delegate of India would like to yield the remaining of the time to the delegate of Pakistan. Now, delegate of Pakistan has two options. First, either to accept the yield, or second, to deny the yield, right? In a first situation, if the delegate of Pakistan accepts the yield, whatever the remaining of the time is, the delegate of Pakistan will be using it to present their content for that much period of time, even if it is for 1, 2, 5, 10 seconds. Clear? Now, in the second situation, if the delegate of Pakistan says, no, Honorable Chair, the delegate of Pakistan would like to deny accepting the yield. In that situation, the remainder of the time, by default, will be given back to the executive board. Are we clear? Yes or no? Now, the third one and the most important one is yield to point of information, yield to POI. Now, the question is, what is a point of information? Right? In simple terminologies, point of information is basically a method that is required, that is utilized for you to ask questions, right? You want that much time to be utilized by the whole committee asking questions. How will the committee ask questions? You will be raising your placard, right? You will be raising your placard. We, the executive board members, we will recognize you. We will make a list of delegates who have been recognized, and then in a sequential series, you will be given the opportunity to ask a question. Are we clear with this? Yes or no? 100%. Manasilayo? Good. Good. Right. Yes, delegate of Venezuela. Mike.
Delegate of Venezuela would like to raise a point of inquiry that if there is no time left in GSL speech, then there can't be any points of information raised on you.
No, delegate. If you have elapsed your time of 90 seconds, then you will not be able to entertain questions.
All right.
However, the same can be entertained via chits.
All right.
Okay, I will be explaining the chits aspect
All
later
right.
on. Perfect. Any other questions? Yes, Germany.
Are you allowed to use a research paper if a point of information is used?
Point of information is basically used to entertain questions. Now, how you wish to entertain those questions, that is your choice. If you want delegates to ask questions, they can ask it verbally or they can write it to you and send it to you across.
Like if they ask verbally, are you allowed to refer to your research materials to answer?
To research papers?
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Okay.
Research papers, research articles, UN documents, certain regulations, rules, norms, guidelines, conventions, covenants, everything is accepted. Right? You want to use any international document, any research paper, research article, any sort of thesis, feel free to use it. I have done specialization in international law and relations from Jawaharlal Nehru University, right? So I will be more than happy if you will be referring to the documents, right? Are we clear with this? Yes or no? Now, are we clear with GSL? Are we clear with GSL? Shall we proceed ahead? Now, what happens is GSL stands to be an inexhaustive list, right? A GSL cannot be finished. The very reason for having a GSL is for you as delegates to present your stance, your perspective towards the agenda. If we are done with the GSL, that means if all of you have given all your content, right, then there is no point in continuing the GSL, yes or no? Then there is no point of debating because you have done with the committee, yes or no? So as soon as the GSL ends, the committee is over, right? So we will try our level best to have GSLs and not to finish the committee before the 2 days, right? Now, in between the formal debates only, in between the GSLs, what we do is we generally proceed for moderated, unmoderated caucuses. We generally proceed with the informal debate, right? Now, in the informal debate, it is categorically divided into two aspects. You have a moderated caucus and you have an unmoderated caucus. Yes or no? Aye or no? Now, going by the first one, which is a moderated caucus. Moderated caucus is where you, as delegates, you go into the specifics, into the technicalities of the main agenda. Right? Kenya, you have a question? Yes.
The delegate of Kenya would like to raise a point of inquiry that is point of information is based on GSL speech or it could be asked from anywhere.
Delegate, your point of information should be aligned to the GSL, but it should not be categorically be only focusing on the GSL. Any past action of that particular country which you find to be in violation or not in coherence to the speech that was delivered by the delegate, you can ask a question.
Okay, thank you.
Most welcome. Any other questions? Right. Continuing with the moderated caucus. Moderated caucus is that part of informal debate wherein you as delegates, you go into the specifics and the technicalities of the main agenda. Now, in a moderated caucus, understand that you as delegates, you will be having only 60 seconds, right? And you will not be given an option of yield, right? Yielding was something which is provided to you in the GSL to utilize your 90 seconds. However, for moderated caucus, you delegates have 60 seconds. How you wish to utilize those 60 seconds, that is your choice. But if you finish your speech before 60 seconds, you cannot utilize the remainder of the time. As soon as you're finished with the speech, we proceed to the next speaker. Are we clear with this? Yes or no? Sure? Yes, President?
Sir, so does that mean that point of informations cannot be raised verbally during the moderated caucus?
No, delegate. Point of information can only be raised via chits in a moderated caucus. And in the GSL, if the delegate has yielded the time to POIs, only then can verbal POIs be entertained. Right? Right. Now continuing, for the moderated caucus, if you finish a speech before 60 seconds, we straight away proceed to the next speaker. Right? Utilize those 60 seconds very carefully, very precisely. Right? Understand that in a moderated caucus, you go into the specifics and technicalities of the main agenda. Right? Let's say, take a very simple example. Right? Let's say the topic of the committee is terrorism. Right? Now, whether your country is in favor of terrorism or against terrorism, whatever your country's stance is, that is something you will be explaining in the GSL. Right? With me? Yes or no? GSL, you will be explaining whether your country is in favor of terrorism or against terrorism or not. Right? You will be giving an overview of it. Right? Now, in the moderated caucuses, you explain terrorism in specifics, sources of terrorism, funding of terrorism, history of terrorism, ideology of terrorism, whatever it is. Right? So basically, the technical aspects will be discussed in a moderated caucus. Right? Clear? And in the GSL, you give an overview of the agenda. Right? You wish to go into the legal aspects, you use the legal aspects. You wish to use any of the aspects. We're in the General Assembly. You can state humanitarian, you can state legal, criminal, whatever it is. You're fine with each and everything. Clear? Clear or not? Clear with moderated caucus? Now we have something which is called as an unmoderated caucus. Now what is an unmoderated caucus? Basically, unmoderated caucus is a part of the informal debate wherein you as delegates, in an informal way, sit among each other, sit together and discuss as to how you wish to proceed with the committee. As the name suggests, unmoderated. That means we, the members of the executive board, will not be there as you discuss among yourself as to how you wish to proceed in the committee. Clear, delegates? Clear or not? Clear with unmoderated caucus? We will keep the committee very simple. We will keep the committee very convenient. We will not be going for any form of sophistication. We are here to learn. We are here to teach. We are here to preach. Right? And we are here to gain new experiences. Right? Anyway, clear with this much? Now, remember one thing, that during the course of debate, you will always be having some things, some privileges which is called as points. You will be having a point of personal privilege, a point of inquiry, a point of order, and a point of information. Clear or not? Going by the first one, which is point of personal privilege. Any discomfort you're facing in the committee, you raise a point of personal privilege. If a delegate is not audible during the speech of a delegate, if you find the delegate not to be audible, you can simply raise your placard and only then will the delegate who is presenting his or her speech will be stopped. Are we clear? Delegates, understand one important aspect, that you are not supposed to disturb, disrupt, or distract a delegate who is presenting his or her speech. Right? Right? Clear? Point of personal privilege? Now the second one is point of inquiry. Any questions you wish to ask to the executive which is not substantive in nature. You want to ask us, right? Any question you wish to ask, you can ask to the executive board. Feel free to ask. Right? Right? Understand the fact that we are here to help you. Your questions should be relevant to the procedure and not to the agenda. Any question regarding the agenda, I will not be able to help you. But any question regarding the procedure, the format, the rules, I will be nothing but more than happy to help you all. Are we clear with this? Clear? Manasilayo? Right. Clear point of inquiry? The third one is a point of order. Point of order basically means that any mistake by us, the executive board members, you raise a placard and you raise a point of order. That, sir, this and this has been a mistake, has been an error on your end. Right? Right? That is point of order. And the last one is point of information. As explained earlier, point of information is where you as delegates, you ask questions. You entertain questions. Clear? 100%? Yes or no? Louder? Good. Clear with points? Yes, South Korea?
Sir, during GSL, can the delegate raise a point on information on a topic agenda?
In a moderated caucus?
No, in GSL.
In the GSL, if a delegate has yielded to point of information, only then you can ask questions. Right? And delegates, in terms of the committee, for any sort of recognition, you are required to raise your placard. Once you will be recognized, only then you will be allowed to speak. Clear? Clear? Any doubts up till now? Yes, Germany?
If any delegate says something that insults your country policies or insults yourself, what point do you raise?
Right to reply.
Okay.
Basically, there is something which is called as right to reply, wherein if a particular country has targeted your country, which affects your integrity and sovereignty and the image of a country in the international forum, you raise a right to reply by asking for an apology and asking for certain sort of justification. Right, delegate of Germany? Yes, Venezuela?
If the GSL time is exhausted, then we cannot answer the questions, but we can still raise questions to other delegates, right? If the time is exhausted?
No. So if a delegate has exhausted his GSL time, you can ask a question only via chat,
All right.
only in writing. You can ask a question verbally if a delegate has yielded their time to POIs.
All right.
Okay?
Sir, is there a way to know how much time is remaining for our GSL to get over?
So what we will be doing is we will be tapping. We will be giving you taps. At 60 seconds, you will hear this, which is a single tap. Right? Now this is for GSL. At 60 seconds, you will hear the first tap. And for 90 seconds, you will hear a double tap. Is it audible till the back? Clear? 60, 90. Clear?
Yes.
Similarly for moderated caucus, since it is a 60-second speech, you will get a first tap at 30 seconds and a double tap at 60 seconds. Clear? Clear? Any doubts? Yes, Sheila.
Sir, I thought that we choose the individual time.
Sorry?
I thought we choose the individual time.
Individual time as in?
Like we can choose it at 120 seconds.
No. So that was something which I have already mentioned it. You have a default time of 90 seconds and 60 seconds. Right? if the entirety of the committee is in the opinion that you want the GSL to be of 120 seconds, then you can have it.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Is the committee willing to have 120 seconds for the GSL? Huh? No? 90 seconds? Right, delegates. Now you're left with one very small part which is called as chits. Right? In the committee, we will be having three sorts of chit. We will be having a POI chit, a point of information chit, a reply chit, and a substantive chit. Right? Yes or no? Yes or no? We will be having these three forms of chit: a POI chit, a reply chit, and a substantive chit. I have received this rules and procedures. Huh? You all have this, no? Right, delegates. So, going by the first one, which is a POI chit or a point of information chit. Right? A point of information chit is where you as delegates can ask questions to other delegates. If you have not been given an option to ask a question verbally, you can write the question on chit and you can send it across to some other delegate. Right? Yes or no? The format of the chit is where you will mention to and from. To delegate of Greece and Germany. What are you guys talking about? After 5 minutes, can we? Good. Right. Now going by the first one, which is a point of information chit. Right? To prepare a point of information chit, on the notepad, on the sheet, you can tear a particular page, a particular side. You can write POI on top to the delegate you wish to ask a question, from my portfolio and your question. Let's say I'm the delegate of India and he is the delegate of Pakistan, right? I wish to ask a point of information to the delegate of Pakistan. So I will be writing POI on top to Pakistan, from India, and the question. Right? Now, the chit will come to the executive board, ma'am will be marking it, and then the chit will be sent across to the delegate of Pakistan. Now, the delegate of Pakistan receives the chit and wishes to give a reply. Right? Now, the delegate of Pakistan prepares a reply chit, where on top he will mention reply to India from Pakistan, and then the reply to the question that has been received by him. Clear? Clear? You attach the two chits. You attach the question chit along with the reply chit. You attach it, you send it across. Ma'am will check it, and accordingly it will be sent back to the delegate of India. That means to me. Clear? Clear with POI chit and reply chit? Now we have something which is called as a substantive chit. Substantive chit is basically that part of chit wherein you as delegates provide additional research, additional content. You send it across to the executive board. Right? Right? In a substantive chit, you have to present additional research that you were not able to present it earlier due to paucity of time. You had a long speech, you had very short time, you had very less time. You write it down and you send it to us, the remainder of your points, to fetch extra marks. Are we clear? Don't send too many chits, right? Send quality chits and not quantity. Don't send 100, 200 chits. Send 1, 2, 3 chits, but of good quality. Delegates, your marking shall be averaged for POI, reply, and substantive. That means whatever marks you score, it shall also be divided by the total number of questions that you've sent. Right? Right? Good. Any questions? Any questions? Yes, Venezuela?
Can you please repeat the last bit about substantive chit and the rules about it?
So we have something which is called as a substantive chit. The reason of having a substantive chit is to provide additional content, is to show additional content to the executive board that you were not able to incorporate in your speech. Right? You present that additional research on a sheet of paper and you send it across to us. Are we clear with this? We will be marking you on the substantive chit. That's it.
Sir, how to prepare substantive chit?
In the substantive chit, you write to executive board from your portfolio and straight away start with the additional content, wherein you will be writing your research, whatever additional research you have, what do you derive out of that research, that part, and a conclusion.
Okay, thank you.
Most welcome. A sheet of paper will be sufficient. A sheet or both sides of the sheet will be sufficient for it. Clear?
Sir, what if we are not knowing the answer to a particular question raised by any of them? How should we reply to it if we are not known about the answer?
Right. In a situation wherein you're not aware as to how you should respond to the question on spot, you can say that the delegate would like to reply to the answer via chit. And then you can write down the answer and then you send it across to me. Clear? Any other questions, delegates? West Switzerland?
Sir, if we do not get the reply to our PIO chits, then can we raise a point of inquiry to the executive board?
It shall not be needed or required if you are not receiving a reply to a question. You will not be losing marks. Right? You shall not be losing marks. The only person who shall be losing marks is the delegate to whom the question has been asked. The delegate is not sending a reply. That is his or her fault. Why should you suffer, right? Yes, delegate of Kenya.
When one delegate pass the chits to other delegate for the point of information
Whenever you wish to in the committee.
during the committee anytime. Okay, thank you, sir.
Any doubt, even the silliest of the silliest question is sometimes the most extraordinary.
Sir, how the mark was evaluating in this section? How the mark was evaluating in this section?
Right. So for all your speeches, you're being marked out of 10. 10 marks, just a second. For all your speeches, you're being marked out of 10. Now there are a variety of parameters on which you will be marked upon. You will be marked on the research. You will be marked on the analysis of your research, the presentation of your research, the structurization of your research. Right? Along with it, you will also be marked on the impact that you've laid down on the committee. You will be marked on the decorum of your decorum. You will be marked on the portfolio representation, country representation. You will be marked on the foreign policy, how well equipped you are in terms of the foreign policy of the nation. Right? And then you will be marked on the chits into 3 subcategories: POI chit, reply chit, point of substantive chit. Position paper and other forms of post-committee documentation will be marked upon independently and individually. Clear? Yes, Denmark.
Sir, how are the chits passed? Does a person come to collect the chit or do we pass it among the delegates?
You prepare a chit, you raise your chit. You raise your
Raise.
hand with the chit. OC member will come, the pagers will come, they will collect the chit and they will do the rest of the work.
Thank you, sir.
India.
Sir, is there any difference in giving marks to the reply by verbal or through chits?
No, delegate. There will not be any difference in terms of verbally asking questions and writing down questions. However, I will be requesting if you focus more on the oratorical aspect of asking questions rather than writing it down. Yes, UK?
Since we have already submitted the position paper via email, so we need to give it to you again here as papers?
Delegate, since I have already mentioned on the WhatsApp group, if you all are aware of it, position papers had to be sent till yesterday only.
Yes.
Yes?
Should we need to submit again here?
No, 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 no. I have already received it on my mail ID, the phone.
Thank you.
I will let you know. I will let you know the position papers which I have received in a short while. Right? Those delegates whose position paper I have not received. Right? Now they don't have an option to send. Right? I have already given a lot of time to send the position papers and to be marked and evaluated. Right? Any other questions? Yes, Greece?
Sir, a doubt about GSL. If the GSL of a delegate over and 5 minutes or 5 seconds or few seconds remaining, can the delegate still utilize the few seconds, the remaining time?
Absolutely. Those for the GSL, every second is yours. You can utilize whichever way you wish to. Any questions? None? You all are clear with the agenda? Yes or no? 100%? I can ask any question to anyone? Huh? Are you guys sure? Delegates, are you all sure? Yes? It feels he's the most prepared. He or she is the most prepared. Raise your placard. Why so little? Good, 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 good. 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 That's it? We learn together, we make mistakes together. Ukraine, what is your country's capital? Kiev. Are you part of Russia? No? You're part of NATO? You are part of NATO? No? You are about to. 100%. Good. 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 Right. Should we start? No one is using electronic gadgets, right? Anyone having electronic gadgets? Huh? Good. You're allowed to use electronic gadgets only in the breaks. Right? You want a break? Feel free to ask me. Don't hesitate from asking anything. You want a break? You simply come up to me or you simply raise a placard and you say that, sir, we want a break. Right? Trust me, I will give you a break. Huh? And if I'll say, no one will say anything. No one will question that you cannot do this, you cannot do this. We can. Right? You want a break, you come up to me, you say you want a break. That's it. Right? You think I'm scary? You have the visor and the rapporteur, you can come up to them. Right? Are we clear? Those of you who have not attended the training session online, are you all clear with the rules and procedures? Huh? Any doubts? Yes, Morocco?
3 types of way in chicks, right?
Sorry?
3 ways of chicks.
3 types of chit.
Chicks, yeah?
You want an explanation again?
Yeah, I have only said 2. I need to know the third way.
Okay. So you have 3 sorts of chit. You have a point of information chit, you have a reply chit, and you have a substantive chit. Going by the first one, which is a point of information chit, if you wish to ask a question verbally, if you wish to ask a question by a chit, you ask that question by sending in a point of information chit. Right? The second chit is a reply chit. Reply chit is in case of you receiving a point of information chit, you send a chit attaching that to the question you've received in writing. Right? And the third one is a substantive chit. Substantive chit is where you present your additional research, your additional knowledge to the executive board on a sheet of paper by writing a substantive chit to the executive. Clear? Any other doubts? Yes, UK?
We'll be getting marks for the reply, no? So if we are replying via chat, is there any mark differences?
Can you repeat?
I mean, if someone asks a point of information and I replied that I'll be replying with a chit, and is there any mark difference?
Yes. In that situation, you will be marked only for the reply.
Or via chat, is there any mark difference audibly or?
No, it holds equal importance if you reply to the answer verbally or via chat. However, if a question has been asked verbally, I will be appreciating it if you give the reply verbally as well. Okay? Any other questions? Yes, Germany?
When you answer through chits or send a question to delegate, it has to be sent via EB, right?
Yes.
Does the moderated caucus not entertain any sort of POIs verbally?
If the committee will be willing to have a moderated caucus, if the committee is willing to have POIs in the moderated caucus, only then we will. Yes, Ukraine.
Honorable Chair, is the usage of personal pronouns such as I, we, etc. allowed in the committee?
No. So, in the committee, any sort of first person referential context based language will not be allowed. I, me, myself will not be allowed. You refer yourself in the third person. You're Ukraine, right?
Yes, sir.
So rather than I saying that Honorable Chair, I believe, you will be saying Honorable Chair, the delegate of Ukraine believes. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Everything in third person reference. The delegate urges, the delegate believes, the delegate requests. The delegate understands that the whole committee is going to such an important issue in hand. However, the delegate requests the countries not to forget the past action that has been taken by so and so organizations. Right? Everything in third person.
So, can we raise point of order against another delegate if he or she uses personal pronoun in her speech?
No delegate. A point of order on factual inaccuracy can never be entertained. The reason behind it, because if you look at the UN archives, there are various organs of the United Nations focusing on a singular aspect but having different statistical data. Right? Because the sample size of every organization stands to be different, due to which the statistical number stands to be different. But if you raise a factual inaccuracy based point of order, wherein you're presenting a UN-based document and the other delegate is also quoting a UN-based document, the executive board cannot prove or state as to which UN document is more legitimate or correct. So we don't have factual based point of orders.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, delegate? Yes, Toki?
Sir, is there any mark for raising the personal pronoun? Sir, is there mark for raising personal pronoun?
Can you keep the mic a bit far and then ask the question again?
Is there any mark for raising the personal pronoun?
Raising a?
Personal pronoun.
For speaking personal pronoun?
No. If a delegate using I or myself in his GSL, is there any mark for raising?
You will not be getting mark deduction, but that will not be appreciated. Clear?
Okay.
We have a lot of time. It is only 12:30. We have lunch around 1:30. We have a lot of time. You wish to ask questions, you can ask any question.
So, is there any additional or extra marks that we are involved in more moderated caucuses like that? Is there any additional marks or extra marks when we are more involved in moderated caucuses like that?
No, delegate. Your GSL as well as your moderated caucus will be marked out of 10 only. However, in the moderated caucus, I will be looking as to how much technicality you have dived yourself into and how much analysis you have brought out of it. Clear?
Thank you, sir.
Sir, you said that it was not allowed to use personal pronouns in the GSL and all. So, like, when you say quotes that have been told, it's okay to use personal pronouns for that.
If you're quoting a particular individual, then you will be mentioning the name of the individual along with the quotation. At that time, you can use the quote in the first person context.
Okay, sir, thank you.
We have lunchtime at 12:45. Okay.
If the delegate can ask more than one or two questions to a particular delegate once more.
Sorry?
If the delegate can ask one or more questions to a particular delegate, or like that.
Right. So if you ask a question, let's say I'm a delegate, you're a delegate, right? You ask a question to me, I give an answer, right? Now you're not satisfied with the answer, you want to ask another question on the grounds of the same question that you've asked previously, right? And you're not satisfied with it. You ask to the executive board whether the executive board will allow you to ask another question or not. So you say a plea to follow up. That means you wish to ask another question, right? And that question needs to have a foundational base on the first question that you've already asked. So your next question, if the executive board allows it, your next question should be in congruence to the first question that you asked. And then you can ask another question. Right? Most welcome.
Is there any particular time for replying verbally for chicks?
Delegate, we suggest, we appreciate if you answer the question by taking maximum 10, 15 seconds, 20 seconds.
Is there any particular time, or we can ask whenever we need?
Ask a question or give a reply?
We are replying when we are replying.
If you're replying, whenever you've been asked the question to, you have to reply on spot. You can take 5, 10, 15 seconds if you wish to go through some paper or anything. But you have to give that reply either on spot or later on you can send it via chat. You can simply say the delegate wishes to answer to the question via chat.
Okay.
How many questions can a delegate expect from other delegate?
Right. How many questions? How many questions depends on the time that the delegate is left with. If let's say I'm the delegate of India, I'm left with 5 seconds. He's the delegate of Pakistan, he's left with 10 seconds. She's the delegate of USA, she's left with 15 seconds. Right? Now, depending on the speech, depending on the executive board's discretion, there might be a possibility that delegate of USA's speech, even though she had 20 seconds left, right? She will be entertaining lesser number of delegates for the questions as compared to India, as compared to Pakistan, right? So it is completely a discretion on us, depending how many questions should be entertained or levied on the delegate's speech. Yes, delegate of Qatar.
Sir, is there any extra marks for us if we report any personal pronouns someone uses some other delegates?
No delegate. Like I mentioned earlier, there will no plus marks or negative marks for it. However, we will appreciate if personal pronouns are not used.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Chair, sorry to ask this right now, but can you show an example to raise a personal privilege? Personal privilege.
To raise a personal privilege? Right. So, for audibility issue, for not able to understand the question, you want to know how a point of personal privilege is raised.
Yes.
It's a very simple example, right? Delegate of Pakistan is presenting his speech. Have a seat, have a seat. Delegate of Pakistan is presenting his speech, right? Now I am sitting at the other side. I am not able to hear it properly. I will raise my placard. Okay. Let's say this is my placard, right? I just raise my placard. The executive board will look towards me. Now I am not allowed to interrupt the delegate. But since it is a point of personal privilege, I can. I will raise my placard. The executive board will stop the delegate from presenting the speech. The executive board will ask, yes, delegate of India. Then I will be saying, Honorable Chair, the delegate of India would like to raise a point of personal privilege. The delegate is not able to hear the speech or audibility issue, right? In case the speech is finished, you want a repetition of a particular line. Then in that case, I will be saying, Honorable Chair, the delegate of India wishes a repetition of the line mentioning, and then you have to present 1 or 2 keywords for reference sake, so that the delegate of Pakistan can refer to that aspect and go for a reiteration of that line. Are we clear? Perfect. Any other questions? Yes, South Korea.
So, from where are the delegates supposed to present their GSL?
At your place?
No.
Wherever you're standing or sitting is absolutely best. You look towards me, you present your speech. Okay? Any other questions?
Sir, is it okay if a delegate uses personal pronoun while mentioning the meaning of a particular phrase?
No.
The meaning of a particular phrase?
Why do you have to explain the meaning of a particular phrase? If you're a delegate of a particular country, do you really think you have that much time to actually explain the meaning of a particular phrase? No. You use the particular phrase, it is upon the delegate's interpretation as to how they wish to go for an understanding of that phrase. Vere ending gilum indo. It was correct? It was correct?
Sir, if the GSL has completed at the correct time or more than the time and no more time for the point of information, there will be any reduction in the points?
No.
Thank you.
If you finish a speech at 90 seconds, it's good. You cannot yield it to point of information. There is no lossage of marks in case you speak for more than 90 seconds. However, whatever you have mentioned till the 90th second will be marked upon. Right? If you're mentioning a particular line, you started a new line at the 89th second. Right? Of course, you cannot finish the line in the 90th second. The completion of the line marks the end of your speech. So whatever you speak after that commencement of the line will not be marked upon. Right?
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? No questions. Are we clear? Absolutely clear. You wish to proceed for lunch? Yes, delegates? Yes, Armenia. Question?
Is there any limitations to raise point of informations?
There is no limitation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We will be maintaining a recognition sheet, and as per the recognition sheet, we will be recognizing.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, Nigeria?
In place to give our GSL speech?
Absolutely. You're more than welcome to come here, stand here, present your speech. Right? Yes, Denmark?
Sir, how do we address ourselves when responding verbally to a POI chit?
Thank you for the question, Honorable Chair. May the delegate respond. Yes, Honorable Delegate, you may respond. Thank you for the question, Honorable Delegate of so-and-so country. Honorable Chair, in order to understand the question and in order to answer to the given question, one needs to understand specific aspects of it. And then you proceed.
Thank you, sir.
Most welcome. Yes, India.
Sir, if anyone raise a personal privilege while our GSL, is it affects our GSL time?
No, Delegate, we will be stopping the clock. Any other questions? Yes, Germany?
If someone raises a point of information like that is already mentioned in the GSL and it's detailed told in the GSL, should we repeat it or is it counted as a relevant question?
Sorry?
Someone asks a question to detail on a topic which is already mentioned in the GSL. Is it counted as a relevant or irrelevant question?
It will be a relevant question.
So we have to repeat the answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is your choice whether to reply to the question again or not. Okay? Any other questions, delegates? Last and final call. Are we clear? Yes, Botswana.
Honorable Chair, could you give us some tips on presentation, etc., also the negative marking?
Right, so there is no negative marking per se, right? Have a seat.
Sir, also I would like to know if you'll inform about the draft resolution tomorrow.
Right, so regarding draft resolution, we'll be proceeding with it tomorrow only. We'll proceed with it tomorrow. However, in the committee, keep in view of few things. Firstly, no derogatory or defamatory language, words, communications to be made. We respect each other, we should respect each other. You respect me, we will respect you, you respect each other. Right? Someone will be more experienced, someone is less experienced. In front of me, no one is experienced. Right? Let's all stand at one platform and then learn and debate. Right? No foul language, no abuses or anything. Right? You are representing a particular country. a particular standard of decency, decorum, discipline, right? Along with dedication should be there, right? Feel free to ask questions. I have no problems in replying to the questions, in answering to the questions. This is my job. I will do it, right? When you present your speech, I will be looking for research and analysis of the research. There might be a possibility I will be asking you questions as well. If I find certain speech, certain aspect of his speech to be open-ended or not clear, I will ask a question, right? That is how I mark, right? We will be presenting you with a mark sheet after all by tomorrow, by the end of the day. Are we clear with this? Clear, Botswana? No negative marks, but let's play sweet, let's play good, right? It's a competition, let's play fair, right? Any other questions?
If any point said in the GSL or any other speech, will a reference link be asked?
Sorry?
Will the reference link be asked if a point is filled?
If you wish to. Not particularly required, but if you want, you can ask.
Okay.
Right. Any other questions? Right. Shall we proceed for lunch? Right. Delegates will proceed for lunch. We'll reconvene. We will come back by 1:20 here itself. And then we will proceed with the committee. Are we clear? Yes or no? Let's go, guys. All the delegates with us? Yes or no? Had your lunch? Yes. Feeling energetic? Good lunch? Tummy full? Ready for debate?
Am I audible? I'll be starting with the roll call. Delegate of Albania. Delegate of Argentina. Argentina. Delegate of Armenia. Delegate of Bangladesh. Delegate of Belgium. Delegate of Botswana. Delegate of Denmark. Delegate of France. Delegate of Germany. Delegate of Greece. Delegate of India. Delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Japan. I didn't hear. Delegate of Kenya. Delegate of Saudi Arabia. Delegate of Morocco. Delegate of Netherlands. Delegate of New Zealand. Delegate of Nigeria. Delegate of Pakistan. Delegate of Panama. Delegate of Qatar. Delegate of Russia. Delegate of South Africa. Okay. Delegate of South Korea. Delegate of Sri Lanka. Delegate of Switzerland. Delegate of Thailand. Delegate of Turkey. Delegate of UAE. Delegate of Ukraine. Delegate of UK. Delegate of USA. Delegate of Venezuela. Delegate of Zambia. Delegate of Zimbabwe.
Delegates, as soon as we start with the committee session, as soon as the first speaker speaks, the floor will be open for chits. You understand how to write chits? You understood? Once you've written your chit, you simply raise your hand with the chit in your hand. A pager will come and they will collect it from you. Right? There should not be any commotion. Therefore, there should not be any crosstalk. Start with the general speakers list. All of you have prepared your GSL. Right? Delegates willing to speak in the general speakers list, raise your placard. As and when your name will be called out, kindly lower down your placard. Right, so the first speaker we'll have is the delegate of Kenya, followed by Botswana, Venezuela, Panama, Argentina, France, Sri Lanka, Netherlands, Pakistan, South Africa, Albania, Qatar, Zimbabwe, India, Denmark, Turkey, Armenia, South Korea, Thailand, UAE, USA, Bangladesh, Russia, Zambia, Ukraine, Greece, Morocco, Belgium, Nigeria, Ukraine, Germany, New Zealand, Indonesia, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Panama, Argentina, France, Sri Lanka, Netherlands, Pakistan, South Africa, Albania, Qatar, Zimbabwe, India, Denmark, Turkey, Armenia, South Korea, Thailand, UAE, USA, Bangladesh, Russia, Zambia, Ukraine, Greece, Morocco, Belgium, Nigeria, Ukraine, Germany, New Zealand, Nigeria के बाद है Germany, New Zealand, Indonesia, Japan, Saudi Arabia. Are we clear? Anyone else whose name has not been added on the list? Yes, UK. Were you recognized by me? That was solved from our end only before the completion of the name. UK, were you recognized by me?
At first, I was recognized.
You were recognized?
Yes. Can you please tell me my position once again?
Delegate of UK, right?
Yes.
You've been recognized after Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we'll start with the GSL. The first speaker we have is the delegate of Kenya. You want to come to the podium, please?
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, it is utmost honor to address this dignified gathering today as the delegate of Kenya with a vision to achieve sustainable development goals. Kenya has developed strategies aligned with sustainable development goals such as Vision 2030 and Big Four agenda. Renewable energy sources currently generates over 90% of Kenya's electricity. Kenya is a global leader in renewable energy. Showing its dedication towards gender equality, Kenya scored 80.6 on Women, Business and Love 2021 Index. Kenya implemented National Policy of Employment in 2019, which resulted in GDP growth by 5% this year. In 2017, Kenya imposed the world's toughest ban on plastic bags in order to protect its wildlife and environment. Fellow delegates, let's bridge the gaps in shaping the future where sustainability stands. Kenya's ideas, when combined with all might, can create a world that's robust and bright. Thank you. Asante.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You will elapse your time.
Honorable Chair, much esteemed delegates and guests, the delegate of Botswana is deeply committed to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It is a privilege to address this August gathering on the topic of strategies to attain these goals. The Sustainable Development Goals serve as a blueprint for fair globalization. According to the UNDP, an astonishing 103 million youth worldwide lack basic literacy skills, and more than 60% of them are women. In support of inclusive and sustainable development in Botswana, the government pledges to work closely together to support fulfillment of Vision 2036 and the National Development Plan 11, as well as the implementation of the 2030 SDG agenda. Achieving the SDGs necessitates a multifaceted approach by prioritizing education and gender equality and promoting sustainable economic growth. The delegate of Botswana hence urges the member states to unite in the commitment to leave no one behind as it works towards fulfilling the vision of the 2030 agenda. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You will elapse your time. Delegate, I will be requiring a repetition of plan number 11, which you mentioned in the latter half of your speech.
Sure, Chair. The National Development Plan 11. The National Development Plan's theme is inclusive growth for the realization of sustainable employment creation and poverty eradication. It focuses on 6 broad-based national priorities of developing diversified sources of economic growth, human capital resources, social development, sustainable use of natural resources, etc.
Is the NDP 11, National Development Plan 11, actually applicable in Botswana as well?
Yes, this is an initiative started by Botswana during its 5th independence year celebration.
And has a report been submitted to the same in the UNDP?
Yes. The Vision 2036 and the NDP 11 were submitted to the United Nations during the same year, that is 2016.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
What makes a decision intelligent? When a wide spectrum of aspects are integrated and perceived as a whole. When humans, oceans, climate, science and technology are in union. When problems and solutions are shared, only then a decision can be intelligent one and future a sustainable one. Honorable Chairperson and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is keen to address the critical matter of achieving sustainable development goals. Venezuela has implemented programs such as Mission Robinson and Mission Barrio Adentro. Such programs have successfully provided food security to 6 million families, school facilities to 6 million children, and housing units to 3 million homeless families. 52% of Venezuela's land is forested and over 43 national parks have been established. World's largest known oil reserves reside in the nation and more than 30 million hectares of farmable land is available. The delegate of Venezuela invites all nations present in this assembly to be partners in achieving sustainable development goal by investing in the green technologies of Venezuelan oil, farming and telecommunication technologies. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You're still left with 12 seconds. How would you like to yield your time?
Yield the time to point of information.
Point of information. Delegates willing to ask question to the delegate of Venezuela based on a speech, please raise your placard up and high. We'll take 2 delegates, Zambia followed by South Korea.
The delegate of Zambia would like to propose a point of information to the delegate of Venezuela by asking that how can Venezuela promote sustainable agriculture practices that ensure food security and protect ecosystem?
The Venezuelan government believes that the global food crisis can be solved only by returning back to sustainable agricultural practices, which is by promoting agricultural protective policies. The Venezuelan government has implemented programs which have provided food security to 6 million families, and it has plans to invest in better technologies by collaborating with other nations to solve the global crisis globally, as Venezuela is provided with abundant natural resources and also 30 million hectares of farmable land.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate of South Korea, question, please.
Can the delegate of South Korea would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Venezuela? Can the delegate specify the policies that were implemented for rural areas?
Recently, there were more than 2,000 solar panels established in the rural communities of Venezuela, which have provided them with efficient and clean electricity, and food security was provided to them along with school facilities, and housing units were provided to them. And there are efforts being made to provide them with employment by diversifying its economy and investing in ecotourism, telecommunication, and agricultural practices.
Thank you so much, Delegate of South Korea. Delegate just want an extension on the food security aspect in your answer, that any initiative of your government regarding food security in the recent times.
Yes, there has been an initiative called CLAPS, and it has provided food security to 6 million families. And the nation believes that by building self-sustaining local communities, the food crisis can be solved, and hence, the nation has been investing a lot in sustainable agriculture recently.
Right. We'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of Panama.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Sustainable Development Goals have a 2030 deadline for implementation, which is in 7 years. However, the COVID-19 has slowed progress dramatically for many of the Sustainable Development Goals, heightening the need for their implementation now more than ever. This is why all countries need to contribute in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. Achieving the SDGs by 2030 will require maximum effort, determination, and agility to adapt to new information and changing trends. Panama believes that climate change, affordable and clean energy, and gender inequality are the 3 problems that require paramount attention these days. Panama has signed the Paris Agreement in 2016 and the Kyoto Protocol in 1998, the International Energy Charter in 2015, and regarding gender equality, Panama has developed an institutional framework to promote gender equality, which also included mechanism to support political participation by women. Panama believes that our efforts should focus on these fields, and these efforts should involve the entire international community. Let us remember that we're not only delegates representing our countries, but also global citizens with a shared responsibility. The decisions we make in this committee will make far-reaching implications for our planet and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You're left with 4 seconds. How would you like to yield your time? Point of information. Delegates willing to ask questions, raise a placard. Delegate of Qatar. The rest of the delegates, if you wish to, you can ask a question via chat, right? The floor is open for chats. Yes.
Delegate of Qatar would like to raise the point of information towards the delegate of Panama that what role does innovation and technology play in Panama's efforts towards sustainable development?
Delegate, can you kindly repeat your question, please?
What role does innovation and technology play in Panama's efforts towards sustainable development?
The 3 topics that I have mentioned, which is gender equality, affordable and clean energy, and climate change. Unsustainable consumption patterns in high-income countries are largely responsible for the climate crisis. But every additional person to our planet adds more emissions. A comprehensive review of the climate solutions by Project Drawdown found that slowing population growth through the combination of educating girls and providing family planning would be one of the most powerful ways to reduce atmospheric carbon dioxide by 2050. Through this, we can understand that educating girls by providing family planning and reducing fossil fuels are the more efficient ways by which we can reduce global warming. These three subtopics are interconnected with each other.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of Argentina.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, on this particular day, delegates from different countries have gathered to address the pressing issues of achieving sustainable development. On 1st January 2016, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development officially came into force. To attain the 17 goals, nations must implement effective strategies that address the unique challenges faced by each nation, including Argentina. The Argentine Republic is considered as an upper middle income economy with an SDG index score of 73.7%. Argentina is fully committed to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which is the most ambitious commitment in terms of development since the early days of United Nations. Being the second largest country in South America, Argentina achieving these goals demands united actions, unwavering commitment, and innovative strategies. As the honored delegate of Argentine Republic, let the nations embrace responsibility to work hand in hand with the global community. Together, let all nations plunge into a journey towards a sustainable and prosperous world for development of the present and future generations. Indeed, change is not something to fear, but an opportunity for growth and new beginnings. Thanking the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We'll lapse your time. Thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of French Republic, Delegate of France.
Hello. The earth doesn't belong to us from our parents. It is loaned to us by our children. Honorable Chair and respected delegates, sustainable development has become a global priority as nations strive to balance economic growth with environmental protection and well-being. France, as a leading nation in Europe and a strong advocate for sustainable development, has implemented several strategies to address these challenges. French government has agreed to reduce its reliance on fossil fuel and increase its renewable energy consumption share by 40% by 2030. It has been greatly investing in the generation of hydroelectricity and the use of wind and solar power. French civilians are encouraged to switch to e-vehicles, for they are provided with financial incentives and expanded charging infrastructure. All this to reduce carbon emission and to improve air quality. France has switched to circular economy as it provides maximum resource efficiency and minimal waste generation. France has established Green Growth Fund and Green Bond to financially support the people who are working for the cause of sustainable development. At last, France would like to invite and encourage all the countries who are willing to help France bring back the earth which was clean and green to save our dear earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You're left with 7 seconds. How would you like to yield your time? Point of information. Delegates willing to ask questions to the Delegate of French Republic. We'll recognize Kenya, followed by Denmark.
The delegate of Kenya would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of France that if France is promoting green energy, then how it is keeping balance between green energy and infrastructure.
Delegate of France would like to reply to the point of information raised by delegate of Kenya that France has many resources, natural resources like lithium and hydro, and has been greatly investing in hydroelectricity, and it is using minimal from every of its resources, thus balancing the ecosystem and not overexerting it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate of Denmark.
The delegate of Denmark would like to raise a point of information against the delegate of France. Has France implemented acts to achieve the SDGs?
I would like you to repeat question, please.
Has France implemented acts to achieve the SDGs?
Delegate of France would like to reply to the point of information raised by the delegate of Denmark that yes, France has implemented several acts like Paris Agreement in 2015, which is an international accord aimed at limiting global warming well below 2 degree from pre-industrial levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of French Republic. Thank you. Right, delegates, at this juncture, we'll be moving for the informal debate, the moderated and unmoderated caucuses. Would you like to raise motions? Right. Delegate of Belgium, followed by Delegate of Ukraine.
The delegate of Belgium would like to propose a motion to suspend the GSL and move on to a moderated caucus on the topic providing quality education for all, with the total time being 20 minutes and individual speaker's time being 120 seconds.
Delegate, the motion is not in order. Right? Yes. Delegate of Ukraine.
Then the delegate of Ukraine would like to raise a motion to suspend the GSL and to start an unmoderated caucus for a total time of 10 minutes.
Unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes. Yes, Delegate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Since Delegate of Belgium's motion was not in order, do we have other delegates willing to raise motions? Delegate of Bangladesh, question please.
The delegate of Bangladesh would like to raise a motion to suspend the GSL and move to a moderate caucus on topic quality education for individual time being 60 seconds and total time being 20 minutes.
Providing quality education, right?
Yes.
20 minutes, 60 seconds?
Yes.
Perfect. Right, delegates. Thank you so much, Delegate of Bangladesh. Right, delegates. Going by the order of disruption, we'll be first voting on the motion raised by the delegate of Ukraine for an unmoderated caucus of total timing 10 minutes. Right? The committee strength is 36. Right? Simple majority stands to be 50% plus 1. Mathematically speaking, 50% of 36 stands to be 18 plus 1 stands to be 19. So a total of 19 on more than 19 votes stands to be the acceptable limit. Right, delegates? Yes or no? Delegates in favor of the motion raised by the delegate of Ukraine for an unmoderated caucus of 10 minutes. Raise your placard. Delegates in favor? Delegates against? The motion fails. We'll now vote on the motion raised by the delegate of Bangladesh for a moderated caucus on the topic providing quality education. Total time 20 minutes, per speaker time 60 seconds. Delegates in favor, raise a placard. Delegates for? Up and high, up and high. Delegates against? Right, the motion passes. Delegate of Bangladesh, would you like to be the first speaker? You would like to be the first speaker? Okay. Have a seat. I'll prepare the list and then you can present your speech, right? Leave. All of you will be willing to speak in the moderated caucus, right? So will it be fine that rather than having 20 minutes and 60 seconds, we incorporate everyone into the speech? Yes or no? Anyone having any issues with the executive board using its discretion to incorporate more number of speakers than the mandated strength? Any delegate having any issues with the discretionary powers exercise? No? Perfect. Right. Delegates willing to speak in this particular moderated caucus, raise a placard up and high. Up and high. It should touch the ceiling. Good. We have Bangladesh, we have Venezuela, we have UAE, Japan, Botswana, Greece, India, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Netherlands, Ukraine, Kenya. Delegate of Kenya, you've been recognized. Qatar, Thailand, Belgium, South Africa, Argentina. Argentina, you've been recognized. Switzerland, Russia, Panama, Venezuela, you've been recognized. You're the second speaker. Albania, Turkey, Pakistan, UK, Morocco, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, USA, France, New Zealand, Denmark, South Korea. Anyone else? Right, delegates. So the speakers list stands to be Bangladesh, Venezuela, United Arab Emirates, Japan, Botswana, Greece, India, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Netherlands, Ukraine, Kenya, Qatar, Thailand, Belgium, South Africa, Argentina, Switzerland, Russia, Panama, Albania, Turkey, Pakistan, United Kingdom, Morocco, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, United States of America, France, New Zealand, Denmark, South Korea. Are we clear? Anyone having any issues? Yes, delegate of Germany. Come to the podium, you can present your moderated caucus speech from here itself. Or you can speak from where you're sitting. Either way, it is comfortable for me. Yes, delegate of Switzerland.
The delegate of Switzerland would like to raise a point of inquiry. Is
Yes.
the executive board still entertaining PY chits?
Yes, yes. The POI chits will be accepted. The POI chits will be accepted in the committee, irrespective of the fact whether we are in the GSL or we are in a moderated caucus. Is that correct? So is that clear with all of you? Yes or no? Right. Are you all prepared with the speeches, or you need 2 to 3 minutes to prepare? You guys, you three, need time to prepare. Okay, you will be having 1 minute to prepare. Right? We'll continue with the committee. Delegate of Bangladesh. You have the, sure.
The delegate of Bangladesh would like to thank the chair. Esteemed chair and fellow delegates, good afternoon. Without quality education, there is no sustainable future. In Bangladesh, quality education is not merely a dream. It is a powerful reality driving Bangladesh progress. Every child, regardless of their background, has access to a transformative learning experience that nurtures curiosity, critical thinking, and creativity. Dedicated teachers, supported by modern infrastructure and technology, empower students to advance knowledge and excel in diverse fields. With an unwavering commitment to inclusive education, Bangladeshis strive to leave no one behind. Quality education in Bangladesh shapes not just individuals, but a brighter future for the entire nation. Together, Bangladeshis build a society where educated minds lead us towards innovation, compassion, and a sustainable tomorrow. The delegate of Bangladesh once again thank the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate of Bangladesh. Delegate of Venezuela.
It is only through education that many more communities can be built with stronger willpower, and then they can work towards achieving the other sustainable development goals. In Venezuela, primary education is free between the ages of 6 and 15. The government has implemented programs such as Plan Simoncito and Mission Robinson. The delegate of Venezuela believes that expanding school curriculum to include regular conversations and engagements amongst teachers and students about the Sustainable Development Goals will make the children aware and responsible of the planet that they live in and also make them aware of the institutions that work inside it. The delegate of Venezuela proposes raising of funds to spread awareness in educational institutes through campaigns and focus completely on children's education for 7 years. Only then Agenda 2030 can be made a reality.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Venezuela. Delegates, a small request, right? When you're sending your chit, if it is a POI chit, on top, write POI and then send in your chit. If you're replying to the POI, use a different chit. Okay? Use a different chit, write a reply on top of it, and then you write down your reply. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes or no? Yes, Venezuela? Yes, Venezuela? Mike.
Point of order raised for passing the wrong chit to delegate of Venezuela.
Point of order will be on us.
Yes, it is written. The country's name is written right, but the question asked is out of context and not asked to the delegate of Venezuela. It is asked to delegate of France instead.
No. What is 2? On the chit, 2 is to which country?
2 is to delegate of Venezuela from delegate of Germany, but the question is asked to the delegate of France.
Delegate of Germany?
It's to Venezuela itself.
It's to Venezuela? Show me the chit once. That will be a point of inquiry.
Actually, I thought it was written by executive board.
Oh. It's not a point of order. Delegate of Germany, you've maybe asked a wrong question, right? The question is to the delegate of Venezuela, but the reference is in terms of France. Maybe. Thank you. Right. Delegates will be moving forward to the next speaker, Delegate of United Arab Emirates.
Honorable Chair and all respected delegates, the delegate of UAE would like to emphasize the importance of quality education on a global level. Education is the backbone of any progressive society. The UAE has recognized it by placing education at the top of its agenda. Over the past few years, UAE has made significant progress in improving its education system. The government of UAE has introduced programs such as Dubai Education Strategic Plan 2020 and the Abu Dhabi Education and Knowledge Program. By providing all the children with access of quality education, all the countries can eradicate poverty, reduce inequalities, and support sustainable development. At last, the delegate of UAE calls for a global collaboration to promote quality education. Let us inspire and learn from each other towards a more educated world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of UAE. Thank you. Delegate of Japan.
The delegate thanks the chair. In Japan, efforts are being made to reduce the burden of education from early childhood to adulthood. For early childhood education and care, ECEC policy was implemented in order to free for charge education for all between 3 and 5. New system for higher education aid is implemented to enable high-quality higher education for vulnerable backgrounds. Government of Japan decided to alternate the existing curriculum that have inclusive new technological norms. Japan's international cooperation based on the idea of education for all, GICA contributes scope for all projects in aiming Africa, aiming in the empowerment of children from most vulnerable backgrounds, and through the project of lunch for healthy patients for the country. Thanks you all.
Delegate, can you repeat the last line? The last and the second last line. Can you repeat the last and the second last line?
Japan's international cooperation based on the idea of education for all, GICA contributes School for All project in Africa, aiming the empowerment of children from most vulnerable backgrounds. Thank you all.
Delegate of Botswana, you may start.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and guests. The delegate of Botswana feels grateful for this opportunity to address the objective of quality education. Botswana is proud to have made significant strides in advancing education over the years. Botswana believes that education empowers individuals, eradicates poverty, and promotes inclusivity. Botswana has made strides but acknowledges challenges, especially post-COVID. Increased financial support, international cooperation, and private sector involvement are urged. Embracing technology is vital. Uniting in ensuring quality education for all advances a sustainable and equitable world. The delegate would like to thank the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Botswana. Points very well noted. Delegate of Greece.
Today, as the delegate of Greece, stand before to speak about the quality education in Greece and strategies taken by Greece. The country believes that learning is a lifelong journey. By promoting adult education and skill development, the country empowers individuals to thrive in an ever-changing world. Over the years, the country has strived to improve access to education, making sure that every child, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to learn. The country invested in best infrastructure and equipped the schools with modern technology to enhance the learning experience. In conclusion, despite challenges, Greece remained dedicated to the goal. Together, the country built a bright future for the generations to come. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Greece. Much noted. Delegate of India.
The delegate of India would like to thank the chair. Quality education is a bedrock of long-term development as it promotes economic growth, social mobility, and community cooperation. The Indian government recognizes the difficulties that the country's education sector faces and has devised innovative programs like Samagra Shiksha in 2018, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan in 2001, RMSA in 2009, and Teachers Education. Shala Coach and Shala Sarthi are some of the digital efforts that are assisting to promote technology in the education sector. The dominating entrance examinations like JEE Advanced, JEE Mains, and NEET are assessing the quality of education and giving opportunities to the prominent institutions like IIT and AIIMS. The delegate of India once again thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of India. Delegate of Germany.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Germany believes that education is a key driver of sustainable development. Germany will support educational programs that raise awareness about sustainability challenges and empower citizens to make informed choices. Tuition fees at public schools and universities should be waived entirely, and people of all the nationalities can benefit from this. Germany are taking steps to achieve this. The practice of learning and teaching must be adapted to suit the needs of all, and diversity must be used as a tool. German education system functions upon the rules and regulations of the Basic Law Grundgesetz. The Federal Ministries of Education, Cultural Affairs and Science is the main authority for making education, science and arts policy guidelines and for adapting related laws and administrative regulations. The delegate thanks the board again.
Right. Thank you so much, Delegate of Germany. Delegate of Saudi Arabia. In a mic.
Respected Chair, my fellow delegates. Education is an important part of everyone's life as it makes them more confident in themselves and their abilities. Saudi Arabia has certainly taken steps to ensure education for all. When the kingdom was established, education was available to very few people. Today, Saudi Arabia's education system includes over 50 public and private universities, approximately 30,000 schools, and a large number of colleges and other institutions. The Special Education Department of the Ministry of Education operates schools for the blind, deaf, and the disabled. Adult education is another important part of Saudi Arabia's educational program, establishing a large number of adult education centers in order to eliminate illiteracy. These programs are a part of Saudi Arabia's efforts to encourage every individual to reach his or her full potential. The delegate thanks the board.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Saudi Arabia. The next speaker we have is the Delegate of Netherlands.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the Delegate of Netherlands stands before you to talk on the SDG goal number 4, quality education. Education is the cornerstone of progress, development, and prosperity. The Netherlands has always been at the forefront of providing high standard education to its citizens, and hence the education literacy rate of Netherlands is 99% as of index of 2022. Also, the country boasts an efficient and well-organized education system which caters the students for the diverse needs of its people. Early childhood education to higher education and vocational training courses are provided to the children. Also, the Netherlands have facing many challenges. Still, the Netherlands continue to invest in research and innovation and technologies. In conclusion, quality education is not just a goal, but a catalyst for progress and sustainable development. Let us join hands and work together for quality education to all the people in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Netherlands. Next will be the Delegate of Ukraine.
Honorable Chair, members of the Executive Board, and distinguished delegates, the Delegate of Ukraine would like to address one of the most crucial issues of this century, quality education. Ukraine is a country that has had significant progress in the field of education. In the light of the present situation, where Ukraine is facing intense humanitarian crisis, the delegate urges all nations to collaborate and strengthen international partnerships to achieve this goal. Human capital is Ukraine's most valuable asset and will remain so in the future. The new Ukrainian school reform, the joining of PISA 2018, and the successful mobilization of UNESCO's Global Education Coalition is crucial for Ukraine's future in education sector. It is to be remembered that investing in quality education is an investment in the future of humanity. Thanking the committee.
Delegate of Ukraine wanted a clarity. You reach your place. Pager, mic, kindly provide it there. To Ukraine only. I just had a question. The question stands to be very simple. So, considering the Russia-Ukraine conflict is going on, and a lot of schools are being used by the Ukrainian government as arms and ammunition depot. Now, considering the situation in Ukraine is not good, will Ukraine be going to UNICEF in order to initiate a School in a Box program?
Yes, Ukraine is doing its best to collaborate with international organizations to implement SDG goals, because it is evident that Ukraine is very much ambitious about achieving the sustainable development goals, because even in this situation of facing so much humanitarian crisis, Ukraine is ready to implement its sustainable development report in 2023. So therefore, the country will be going to different international organizations such as the IMF, World Bank, UNICEF, and collaborate with different countries to achieve the goal of providing quality education.
Are you sure?
The delegate is not quite sure whether Ukraine will be going to UNICEF, but if the interests are favorable to Ukraine, then surely Ukraine will be going to international organizations.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate of Kenya, you're the next speaker.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, in the past, Kenya's education system faced challenges in providing quality education. However, the government's implementation of the free primary education policy in 2003 had a significant impact. It provides free primary education to all Kenyan children, and it leads to increase in enrollment rates of students from 57% in 2002 to to 84% in 2018. The government also introduced the competency-based curriculum in 2017, focusing on practical skill development. Kenya's literacy rate increased to 79% and it ranked 68th in the education system. Education's power, Kenya's treasure, a catalyst for sustainable pleasure. Thank you.
Delegate, just an addition to it. What is Kenya's dropout rate? What is Kenya's dropout rate? School enrollment and dropout rate. What is it? You have the statistics? What is it?
The Kenya's dropout rates is not more than 16%, but in the year 2019 index, it has been considered at 16.1%.
And in 2016 report?
In the 2016 reports of Kenya's education index, it has been not more than 20%.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Qatar. Do we have the delegate of Qatar? You're the next speaker, delegate.
Sir, if the delegate giving the speech finishes his or her speech before the set time, that is 1 minute,
Yes,
will
sir.
the executive board be entertaining POIs verbally?
No, delegate. In moderated caucus, POIs will only be entertained via chat.
Delegate thanks the chair, honorable chair, vice chair, and all the fellow delegates. Good afternoon. It is vital to acknowledge that education is the cornerstone of a prosperous and sustainable society. Qatar, the pursuit of quality education is central to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Qatar has organized various awareness campaigns and events to promote sustainable development practices among students, teachers, and general public. Qatar has made significant strides in education regard, with free education provided at the government at all levels from preschool to universities. Qatar has integrated ESG principle in its national policies and strategies. For example, the Qatar National Vision 2030 includes a focus on sustainable development and education. In conclusion, the pursuit of quality education for sustainable development goals in Qatar is imperative. The delegate once again thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate of Qatar. Points very well noted. Delegate of Thailand.
For the youth to rise and act, to have the strength and dynamism Thailand wills to provide quality education, to generate huge transformation in the society. Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of Thailand would like to take this opportunity to put forward that Thailand have more than 90% of school-age children and enjoying subsidized 15-year basic education available to all children in the land regardless of their nationalities and migrant status. The government is promoting vocational study, in particular dual education, with an aim to increasing quality workforce in rural sectors. We are working harder to advance the quality of education at all levels under the 12th Education Plan and the National Education Plan 2017 to 2036. Thailand believes that if we all gather around and strongly believe that quality education will change the world, we can change the world. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate of Thailand. Delegate of Belgium.
The most critical issue in quality education is how to accommodate the diverse communities and make education as a tool to resolve the issue of inequality between the different sections of the society. With an increasingly diverse student population, nations can work to reduce performance gaps due to students' socio-economic backgrounds or immigrant backgrounds. Still, challenges exist to increase the qualification of students in profession, particularly in disadvantaged schools, providing better career guidance to students, increasing flexibility among education pathways, and continuing to promote integration of students with special education needs in mainstream education can help to improve educational opportunities and outcomes for all students. The delegate thanks the chair.
South Africa.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Since 1994, South Africa has made great strides in realizing the right to education, rapidly building an efficient, accessible, and quality education system for children and adolescents. This notable progress has been recorded across the three components of basic education in early childhood development, primary, and secondary education. The number of children under 5 attending preschool has increased to 1 in 3 from 1 in 10 since 2002. Primary school attendance is at 99%, up from 3% since 2002. Secondary school attendance has increased to 90% from 88% in 2002, with notable gender parity. The delegate thanks the board.
Delegate of Argentina.
The delegate of Venezuela proposes motion to provide separate time for writing POIs and their replies, as it is hard to write and also listen to other delegates. And it has been observed that delegates, instead of focusing on the speeches, are writing POIs. So there must be different time provided for writing POIs and answering them.
Delegate, you have all the time to write the POIs. It is completely your choice whether you wish to write a POI now or 10 minutes later or 1 hour later. You have all the time. There is no foundation or restriction as to when you have to write a POI, when you have to send a POI. It is completely your choice and your prerogative whether to send a POI now, 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, or 1 hour later. However, a cap is not mentioned. You can send a POI whenever you wish to. There is no limitation or restriction which we will be imposing in the form of a motion or any form of modulation in the ROPs. However, what we will be suggesting is rather than writing chits, rather than focusing chits, focus on the speeches and then ask quality chits. That is the most I can do from my end. I hope that answers your query.
Because committee as a whole is not engaging in an effective moderated caucus, and everyone is just focusing on their own writing POIs.
Delegate, I believe that stands to be a subjective opinion, right? So let's end it as a subjective part, right? Thank you.
The delegate of UAE would like to raise the point of inquiry against the delegate of Sri Lanka that the delegate of UAE had received a wrong question. Invalid question.
Invalid question? What is the question?
What action has the UAE taken to promote gender inequality and women empowerment?
Not an issue. It is a valid question. It completely depends how you look at it. If the glass is half full, it is half empty. Now it is your choice whether you're looking at the empty part or you're looking at the complete part. If the delegate of Sri Lanka is emphasizing of gender unequal laws, of course UAE has unequal laws. You mentioned those.
Thank you.
Or you can answer it by simply saying that we don't promote or support or propagate inequality in our region, due to which all our laws are focusing upon the equality aspect. Then you state that. Simple.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Quality education. The world education itself describes a process of training man to fulfill his aim by exercising all the faculties to his fullest extent. And that is exactly why it has been selected as one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Education is the key that will allow many other Sustainable Development Goals to be achieved. The Argentine Republic has taken many measures against the implementation of quality education throughout the nation. Argentina is making substantial progress in improving governance of its rural education system at the provincial level. As the student-teacher ratio of Argentina is 17:1, the effectiveness of education is highly promoted within the country. 24th in the World Education Ranking is based on the literacy rate, and that is the rank of Argentina in education. 4 of Argentina's higher educational institutions are listed in the World University Rankings of 2021. The delegate thanks the chair.
The delegate of Switzerland.
Quality education is not merely about just acquiring knowledge. It is about nurturing critical thinking, fostering creativity, and shaping well-rounded individuals who can contribute positively to the society. Switzerland understands this principle and has invested significantly in creating an educational environment that embodies these ideals. One of the cornerstones of Switzerland's education system is that it emphasizes on vocational and practical learning. The Swiss education system recognizes that not all students follow the same path, and it offers a variety of options for students to choose from. Moreover, Switzerland's commitment to research and innovation has helped it to maintain its position as a leader in various fields. The country boasts well-renowned universities and research institutions that consistently produce groundbreaking research. This helps in pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and technological advancement. In conclusion, the education system of Switzerland is very well versed and truly acts as a platform for an individual's all-round development, ultimately helping in the formation of well-skilled and educated individuals. Delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Switzerland. Delegate of Russian Federation.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the delegate of Russia rises on this occasion to speak about the importance of quality education. According to UNESCO, the Russian Federation has consistently allocated a significant portion of its GDP to education, with investments exceeding 3.5% in recent years. This demonstrates that the nation's belief in empowering its citizens through knowledge and skills. The Education for All Global Monitoring Report highlights the country's effort to enhance access to education for marginalized groups, ensuring that no one is left behind in the pursuit of knowledge. As reported by the OECD, the country has been engaged in knowledge exchange and international collaboration, further strengthening the global drive for quality education. Russia stands firm in its belief that quality education is a fundamental right. Investing in the mind of our future leaders is an investment in the future of humanity. Thanking the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Russia. Delegate of Panama.
Honorable Chair, education in Panama is compulsory for the first 6 years of primary education and the first 3 years of secondary school. As of 2022, 95% attendance was recorded in Panama. The Panamanian education system is divided into 3 stages, which is the basic education, secondary education, and tertiary education. The Panamanian government is responsible for providing basic education, which is free, while secondary and tertiary education is provided by both the government and private institutions. The government has made significant investments in education in recent years, and the quality of education in Panama has improved. There are also some positive trends in the education in Panama, which include increased investment in education, increased access to education, and increased emphasis on technology. The future of education in Panama looks bright. With continued investments and reform, Panama can achieve its goal of providing high-quality education to all its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Panama. Delegate of Albania.
The country of Albania firmly believes that quality education ensures a sustainable future. The Albanian Education Excellence and Equity Project, introduced by the Albanian government, supported the implementation of a sector-wide reform program using a pool fund approach. The delegate of Albania would like to propose fostering more job-relevant technical skills in the education and training system by increasing information and monitoring and evaluation, and by strengthening the links between students and firms' institutions. For example, internships, as well as links between firms and education institutions. The delegate of Albania firmly believes that education outcomes and the performance of the education sector is recognized as a key determinant of a country's future competitiveness and economic growth. Thus, it is vital that quality education is given utmost importance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Albania. Yes, Delegate of New Zealand.
The delegate of New Zealand will request the board for a break for our committee.
A break?
Yes.
For?
Our committee for 5 minutes.
For? No, we should have a reason for the break.
A reason being taking time off from this.
Delegates, you want a break? Delegates, I'm asking you all. Those of you who want a break for 5 to 10 minutes, raise a placard. Up and high. Ekdam upar. Ekdam. Delegates, I've just been informed we have a tea break at 3:30. So will that be fine?
The delegate thanks the chair.
We'll extrapolate ourselves till 3:30. Yes, USA?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes?
May I use the washroom?
Sure. You wish to go to the washroom. You're not feeling fine. You wish to go for a walk. Everything is comfortable in my committee. provided you come back within the next 5 minutes. Right? We are here to learn, we are here to relax. Right? You cannot learn in a stressful environment.
Switzerland would like to raise a motion to re-establish the GSL on the topic.
No, delegate, we're still continuing with the moderated caucus. Right? Yes, thank you. Yes, delegate of Turkey. Delegate of Turkey. Yes, Kenya?
The delegate of Kenya would like to raise rights of reply against the delegate of South Korea, as in the POI, the delegate of South Korea has mentioned in the SDG report, Kenya has not given much statistical data, but in reality, Kenya has given all the statistical data for each and every SDG goal.
Delegate, that is something you have to answer on as a reply to the chat.
Okay.
Okay?
So I can against it.
No.
The delegate?
Yes, you can, but not verbally. So right to reply, the exercisation of this particular power comes into force if a particular allegation and accusation has been raised against you verbally, questioning your integrity and sovereignty in the international forum. In that case, in case of any verbal accusation or allegation, only then can you raise a motion, a right to reply.
Thank you.
Most welcome. Yes, delegate, you may proceed.
The delegate would like to talk upon the matter, quality education. Turkey has taken several measures to improve the quality of education in the country. Some of these measures include, firstly, education reform. Turkey has implemented education reforms to enhance the quality and relevance of education. These reforms focus on teachers' training, curriculum development, and assessment methods. Secondly, teachers' training. Turkey has invested in a professional development of teachers by providing training programs, workshops, and seminars. This helps teachers to stay updated with the latest teaching methods and educational practices. Technology integration. Turkey has introduced technology in the classrooms to enhance the learning experience. This includes providing schools with the computers, tablets, interactive whiteboards, as well as promoting the use of educational apps and online resources. These measures are aimed at improving the overall quality education in Turkey and ensuring that students receive a well-rounded and relevant education. The delegate of Turkey would like to conclude the words. Delegate, once again, thanks to Chair.
Delegate of Pakistan, you may proceed. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and all fellow delegates, the delegate of Pakistan would like to speak on the topic quality education. Education in Pakistan is overseen by the Federal Minister of Education, and the provincial government mostly assist in curriculum development. Article 25A of the Constitution of Pakistan obligates the state to provide free and compulsory quality education to children of the age group 5 to 16 years. The state shall provide free and compulsory education to all children of the 5 to 16 years in such a manner as may be determined by the law. The delegate thanks.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Pakistan. Delegate of United Kingdom.
The United Kingdom's education system is renowned for its comprehensive approach to learning. With 4 key stages, it equips students with a diverse skill set, which is including primary, secondary, further, and higher education. It equips students with the curriculum focuses on academic and personal development, fostering critical thinking and creativity. Interactive teaching methods promote active learning, while inclusivity ensures education for all. The UK's prestigious universities attract global students, and regular evaluations maintain high standards. This commitment to quality education prepares individuals to excel in an ever-changing world. Delegate thanks the chair.
Right. Thank you so much, Delegate of United Kingdom. Delegate of Morocco.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Morocco would like to thank the Chair for this opportunity. Moroccan government had implemented many plans for quality education. Reforms have been initiated, including increasing schools in rural areas, teacher training, curriculum standards, and investment in educational technology. The literacy rate has been improved, and Morocco have taken steps to improve the quality educations like increasing the qualified teachers, better training, improved teaching materials, more extracurricular opportunities, and affordable education for all. Thank you.
Delegate of Nigeria.
The delegate of Switzerland would like to raise a motion of inquiry.
Yes.
Sir, if in the POI chat we ask a question to a delegate which involves a particular stat, and in the reply chat the statistic data which they have provided is completely wrong, then can we oppose it in some way?
Right. So generally, delegates, what happens is when you talk about the statistical aspects, right? Now, this is for everyone to understand. When you talk about the statistical aspects, one need to understand that the sample size that has been taken for consideration of a particular statistical data is completely different, right? When you talk about the development status, the infrastructural development of a particular nation, right? You have the UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, that provides a different report as compared to UNDP, which provides a different report, right? Now, when UNDP provides a different report, the question stands to be whether UNIDO will be considered or whether UNDP will be considered. However, both will be considered. Even though the sample size is different, the characterization of that sample size is same, right? The interpretation might vary. According to me, if I am, let's say, the delegate of USA, according to me, the Paris Agreement on climate change is very bad. Why? Because I am not a party to it. But if let's say, my vice chair is the delegate of, let's say, United Kingdom, he is a party to the UNFCCC, right? For him, Paris Agreement is very good, right? Now, it is very subjective, depending on the actions of that country relating to that particular convention, right? It is very subjective. You cannot bring out interpretations in uniformity. Same goes for statistical data. You cannot draw conclusions, common-based solutions on the basis of a statistical data. For me, 20% might be too much, but for you, 20% might be too less. As simple as it is.
Sir, so if there's a big difference in the data as well, it's okay?
It is fine. What depends is the characterization, the nature of the source. Whether both the countries are looking towards a particular statistical data from one commonality that stands to be the report, or from varied perspective that stands to be the action of it, the interpretation of it. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
The delegate of Russia would like to raise a point of inquiry that if one gets a chit that has certain information that's an accusation against one's country, do I reply using the same chit, or does one raise a right to answer?
Right. So if you are receiving a chit, your main concern is regarding multiple questions being asked in same reference.
No. The chit contains pieces of information that may be considered as allegations against my country.
Can you repeat once again?
A chit that I received contains information that is an accusation against my country. Do I reply it using a chit, or do I raise the right to answer?
Delegate, whether to answer to that allegation or to that accusation is completely your choice. Right. A delegate might have asked keeping something in purview. It is your choice whether to clarify or to clear out that particular accusation or allegation or not. That is completely your choice.
Thank you, Chair.
Nigeria's pursuit of quality education is a beacon of hope for our nation's future. Education is the key that unlocks the door of opportunity, empowerment, and progress. An education system that nurtures creativity, critical thinking, and innovation is what the country strives for. Nigeria invests in well-trained teachers, modern facilities, up-to-date curriculum to equip students with skills needed for a rapidly evolving world. Nigeria believes in inclusivity, ensuring that every child, including girls and those with special needs, can access education without barriers. The country emphasized digital literacy, harnessing the power of technology to bridge gaps and enhance learning experience. The country has partnerships with private sectors to reinforce methods to achieve quality education for all. The country wishes to build a future where every Nigerian child can dream without limits. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Nigeria. Delegate of Sri Lanka.
The delegate thanks the chair. Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum and wanakkam. The delegate of Sri Lanka is here to shed light on the outstanding strides that Sri Lanka has made in providing quality education to its citizens. Sri Lanka boasts a literacy rate of over 92%, higher than the average for developing countries. Furthermore, Sri Lanka has allocated a significant portion of its budget to education, with a 6% of its GDP invested in this sector. In conclusion, Sri Lanka's commitment to providing quality education is evident through its impressive literacy rates, significant investment in education, and its focus on inclusivity. The delegate thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Sri Lanka. Delegate of United States.
Thanks for the recognition, Chair. A pioneer in the field of education, the United States of America exhibits one of the most progressive education systems in the world. Among the top 100 universities worldwide, several are based in America, like the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and the Harvard University. The USA has a diverse learning teaching method. Students are not rushed or overburdened over academic. Teachers act as facilitators and provide room for individual thinking, choices, doubts, and debates. Though most countries adopt 75% classroom-based education, studies have proved that education through experience is better retained in a student's mind. The education system in the US supports education through various fieldworks, trips, and teamworks. The delegate thanks the committee.
Delegate of France.
Honorable Chair and respected delegates, France has a well-established education system that places a strong emphasis on providing quality education to its citizens. Education in France is free and compulsory to the children aged between 3 to 16 years. Teachers in France typically undergo rigorous training and have to meet specific educational criteria to become certified educators. French education system follows a standardized core curriculum which ensures that all students receive a consistent and comprehensive education. At the end of the secondary education, students take a baccalaureate examination, a standardized test to assess their knowledge and skills. Due to this, France is known for its contribution and its research and innovation in various fields. It has ranked 39th in literacy rate, with literacy rate being 39%. Overall, France's commitment to quality education is reflected in its effort to ensure accessibility, academic excellence, and continuous improvement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of France. Delegate of New Zealand.
With the literacy rate of 99% as of 2023, New Zealand's education system ranks 4th according to the World Education Ranks. New Zealand's education system is very diverse and one of the best education systems that there is. The system has maintained excellent literacy rankings according to the global standards. The quality of education concerns a very crucial aspect of our development work. And with this, the delegate of New Zealand concludes and thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of New Zealand. Delegate of Denmark.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates. Education is the foundation of a good future. Having 99% literacy rate, Denmark believes that education is a right necessary for every citizen of the world. It specifically entails issues such as appropriate skills development, gender parity, scholarships, teaching force, etc. Denmark has made education free and open to all. Education is compulsory for all citizens for at least 10 years. Investing in education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities is crucial to achieving quality education. This will equip its citizens with knowledge and skills needed to contribute actively to a sustainable future. In conclusion, Denmark concentrates on education as it is the door to a better world. Thanking the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Denmark. Delegate of South Korea.
Quality education is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals agenda adapted by United Nations in 2015. It aims to ensure inclusive and equitable access to education for all and to promote lifelong learning opportunities. South Korea's education to qualification education, deduction to quality education has not gone unnoticed on the global stage. It serves as a role model for the nation striving to enhance their education system and foster a bright future for their citizens. Therefore, international collaboration and partnership, South Korea have shared its best participation and lend a helping hand to nations facing educational problems. The government has implied various policies, initiatives, and infrastructure to ensure a quality education for its citizens. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, South Korea. Delegates, with this we come to the end of the moderated caucus, right? Before reverting back to the GSL, we'll break for a tea break, right? We'll take a 10-minute break, right, delegates? Maximum 15, not more than that. Time as of now is 3:35. We'll reconvene the committee by 3:45, max 3:50, right? We'll take a couple of GSLs post that. Right, delegates? Please proceed for the tea break. We'll meet you back by 3:45, 3:50. Right? Yes, Delegate of Switzerland? Yes, Delegate.
Sir, the delegate has not been recognized by the EB for the GSL.
For the GSL, we have added your name. Right? Everyone will be given an opportunity to speak for the GSL at least, okay? You need not be worried about it. Delegates, please break for the tea. Please proceed for the tea break. Right? We'll reconvene the committee by 3:50. Sri Lanka.
The delegate thanks the chair. Sustainable development is not a destination. It is a continuous journey that demands our dedication and perseverance. Said by former President of Sri Lanka, Mahinda Rajapaksa. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu and wanakkam. Today, the delegate of Sri Lanka would like to discuss the strategies to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals of Sri Lanka. It is imperative that Sri Lanka focus on strategies that can pave the way for a brighter and more sustainable future. Sri Lanka has made remarkable progress in various areas, but there's still much to be done. Sri Lanka must prioritize poverty alleviation by implementing targeted social welfare programs and promoting inclusive economic growth. The government has already taken significant steps towards poverty reduction, such as the Samurti program, which provides financial assistance to low-income families. The country has made commendable progress in various areas in this sector, with the poverty rate declining from 15.2% to 4.1%. In conclusion, by transitioning to renewable energy, promoting sustainable agriculture, and preserving natural ecosystems, Sri Lanka has made progress towards zero carbon emissions and will combat climate change. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate. So you have elapsed your time. Your content of in conclusion is not on record, has not been marked upon. Okay. Thank you so much, delegate. Delegate of Netherlands.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the Kingdom of Netherlands stands before this esteemed assembly to present its strategies for achieving sustainable development goals. Since the adoption of SDGs in 2015, Netherlands has worked on its SDGs action in a very integrated manner for all 17 goals. Our first focus lies in accelerating the transition to sustainable energy through increased investments in renewables like solar, wind, and biomass. Secondly, we prioritize water management and climate adaptation. As a low-lying nation, we bolster flood protection. We invest in resilient agriculture and conserve water resources to combat climate challenges. Thirdly, our circular economy initiatives drive sustainable consumption and production. Inclusivity and human development remain central to our strategy. We invest in education, alleviate poverty, and empower women. Finally, we zealously protect our rich biodiversity and ecosystem by expanding protected areas and fostering sustainable land use. Together, we can build a future that balances economic prosperity, social inclusivity, and environmental stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You will elapse your time. Thank you, Delegate of Netherlands. Delegate of Pakistan.
Honorable Chair and all delegates. The delegate of Pakistan is here to talk on the topic Strategies to Achieve Sustainable Development. Pakistan affirmed its commitment to 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by adopting the Sustainable Development Goals as its own national development agenda through an unanimous National Assembly resolution in 2016. Since then, the country has made considerable progress by mainstreaming these goals in national policies and strategies and developing an institutional framework for SDGs implementation in Pakistan. SDG support units have been established at federal and provincial levels with the planning intuition. To guide SDGs implementation and monitoring its progress, in 2018, the government designed and approved a national SDGs framework that envisages a national vision to prioritize and localize SDGs. Localized provincial SDG frameworks are being formulated. The focus of the government is on mainstreaming SDGs in planning processes, ensuring public financial allocations are aligned to SDGs and alternate financing modalities are being explored, and to benefit from use of technology to accelerate progress towards SDGs. The delegate of Pakistan once again thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We'll elapse your time. Delegate of South Africa. Delegate, you're left with 5 seconds. How would you like to yield your time?
Point of information.
Point of information. Delegates willing to ask question to the delegate of South Africa? Delegate of Argentina and delegate of Sri Lanka.
The Honorable Delegate of Argentina would like to raise a point of information to the Delegate of South Africa. What are some plans and policies that the South African government has implemented to provide climate action to all the citizens of the nation?
The delegate of South Africa would like to answer the delegate of Argentina via chits.
Perfect, delegate. Thank you. Delegate of Sri Lanka.
The delegate of Sri Lanka would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of South Africa that by asking that what specific steps has South Africa taken to alleviate poverty and ensure inclusive growth?
South Africa is having an organization called Develop Africa, which helps to fulfill all the sustainable development goals, including poverty.
Thank you so much, delegate. Thank you so much, delegate of Sri Lanka. Delegate of Albania.
Respected Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Albania stands before the committee today to address a pressing matter that not only affects Albania, but the entire world. Biodiversity conservation. As a nation committed to progress and environmental stewardship, Albania has taken significant strides towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. A critical aspect of our Sustainable Development Goals is the preservation of our ecosystems and biodiversity. Albania boasts an impressive array of natural landscapes, including national parks, mountains, and coastal areas. Albania is committed to protecting and conserving these valuable resources by implementing robust environmental policies, promoting sustainable tourism, and raising awareness about the importance of biodiversity. In conclusion, Albania is proud of its progress in achieving these sustainable development goals, but it acknowledges that there is still much work to be done. Albania urges all the nations represented here today to join hands in pursuit of a sustainable future. Let us collaborate, innovate, and inspire each other to create a world where prosperity, social equity, and environmental harmony go hand in hand. Let me conclude by quoting Thomas Ainser: "Biodiversity is the greatest treasure we have. Its diminishment is to be prevented at all costs." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Albania. Delegate of Qatar.
Delegate thanks the Chair, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and all the fellow delegates. Good afternoon. Delegate of Qatar would like to speak on the topic, Strategies to Achieve Sustainable Development Goals in Qatar, the worldwide concern. Resilience is all about being overcome the unexpected. Sustainability is about survival. The goal of resilience is to thrive. Qatar, a small but remarkable country in the Middle East, has shown its commitment towards sustainable development by setting ambitious goals to create a better future for its citizens and the environment. Qatar has developed a comprehensive long-term development plan known as National Vision 2030. This plan outlines the country's goals and strategies for sustainable development across various sectors, including economic, social, and environmental aspects. Qatar has implemented various water conservation measures, including the use of treated wastewater for irrigation, promotion of water-saving technologies, etc. Qatar is focusing on sustainable urban planning to develop eco-friendly cities and communities. Qatar promotes the use of public transportation, cycling, and walking through initiatives like the Doha Metro and the development of pedestrian-friendly infrastructure. In conclusion, Qatar's journey towards a sustainable development is commendable. Through its strategic vision and strong commitment, Qatar is striving to achieve environmental sustainability. The delegate of Qatar once again thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You will lapse your time. Right, so delegates will be finishing the committee by 4:15. Right. So what we'll be doing is, I'll just give you a brief explanation as to how we can proceed for tomorrow. Right? And in this, I'll be needing your support as well as your understanding. So are we having any sort of consensus in the committee with regards to tomorrow as to what topics will we be discussing upon? Yes, delegates, anyone? Yes, Delegate of New Zealand.
Is it for the moderated caucus?
Yes. Are we in consensus with one or two moderated caucus or not?
In the group, we had discussed 5 topics.
You all are in consensus with 5 topics, right? Tomorrow for the discussion, tomorrow for the documentation, you all want a draft resolution only. Are you all comfortable with having some other sort of document? We can have a press release if you want. See, the idea behind it is a draft resolution is a very extensive documentation, right? It requires a minimum of 1.5 hours. Now tomorrow the time for us for discussions is from 9 to 12. That is only 3 hours. Now within those 3 hours, if we take draft resolution, that occupies 1.5 hours straight away. Yes, South Korea?
Can the countries proceed with GSL tomorrow without moderate record?
Sorry?
Can only be GSL proceeded tomorrow?
GSLs will be entertained tomorrow. That is for sure. GSS will be entertained. I'm asking regarding moderated caucus and documentation. Yes, Ms. Venezuela?
What is the chair talking about other than draft resolution?
Delegate, I'm talking of a press release. Press release is basically a form of a formal document which the entire committee prepares in unanimity. In the press release, you prepare 2 aspects. Firstly, the common grounds, the common solution that the entire committee is willing to proceed upon. And the second commonality stands to be the summarization of the committee. You discuss as to on what 2 or 3 moderated caucus topics the committee discussed upon, and then you present 4 to 5 solutions which the entire committee is willing to work upon.
All right.
The purpose of having a press release is to show that UNGA, the committee we are currently in, was working in tandem and that every delegate was working with each other. The voting of a press release is unanimous. That means everyone has to vote in favor of it. If there is any delegate who abstains from the voting or a delegate who says no to the press release simply fails. So if you want, we can have a press release tomorrow.
Yes, so completing the GSL speech and one moderated caucus and then moderated caucus and then the document.
Yes, what we can do is, we can do it in two aspects. Now hear me out very carefully. Right. So what I'm willing to suggest upon is we do the GSLs, right? You delegates prepare a speech, right? We will have one moderated caucus verbally, one moderated caucus you send me as a speech. Okay? Clear? Right? So you send me one moderated caucus written. On top you write moderated caucus. The moderated caucus speech should only be one sheet. You all have a notepad? You all have a notepad. The front side and the back side of a sheet of a notepad. That's it. Right? That should be a speech. Right, delegates? Yes, Germany?
I have two questions. One is tomorrow for the GSL. Tomorrow for the GSL, if anyone by chance get a chance, do we have to give it written choice like that?
No, if you want the GSL, if you want, you can give the GSL either written or verbal. If you give your speech, if you give your GSL written, I will consider it as a 90-second speech. Right? You will lose the opportunity of wheels just in case it arises. However, if you wish to give the GSL verbal, I'm more than happy with it.
One more question for the Model Caucus. One should be written. So we have printouts of it. Is it okay if we submit that?
Voice is cracking.
For Model Caucus, one should be written. So we have printouts. Is it okay if we submit that?
Printout seems to be fine, but yet again, I will only be working upon till 60 seconds. Right. Don't be in that situation that the chair might be reading very slow. I will read it fast. Okay? I will read out your speech till the 60th second of the clock and accordingly I'll mark it.
Sir, a couple of doubts. Sir, first one with the moderated caucus, as you said. Once we send it to you, if it proves to be less than 60 seconds, is there yields again for that?
For a moderated caucus, as it is, there is no yields. If it proves to be less than 60 seconds, then accordingly it will be marked.
Sir, and the second question is, as you suggested the official document, sir, is there any particular format for that, like the draft resolution?
For the press release, I'll just make it on the board. I'll make it once for simplicity. I'll make it. Any other doubts? Anyone else? Yes, Botswana.
Honorable Chair, is it possible by any chance that we can extend the time?
Right now or tomorrow?
For tomorrow.
Sir, for tomorrow, the committee session is from 9 to 12. Can the committee time be extended from 12 to 1 or anything? You'll have to discuss. The school has to discuss it.
Okay, so can we vote among the delegates?
It depends upon the school, right? What is the point of you voting and putting it in favor if it is not possible or convenient for the school? Right.
Okay.
The school will be trying their level best. If it is possible, definitely they will be accommodating. However, even we have to understand that even the school has certain hindrances, right? Which we are even not aware of. Right. But yet alone, what I am planning, yes, Vanisala.
Moderated caucuses, are the delegates supposed to decide it right now or tomorrow itself?
You have a WhatsApp group.
Yes.
Everyone is there on the WhatsApp group.
Yes.
You guys discuss in the WhatsApp group. You will be having 2 moderated caucus. One moderated caucus, you can give it in writing. One moderated caucus, you have to speak.
All right.
Your choice and your decision, which one you wish to proceed for.
Sir, a point of inquiry.
Yes.
What does one do if it's not satisfied with the delegate's answer?
If you're not satisfied with the delegate's answer, you proceed for a plea to follow up. However, in chits, it makes no significance or no role in general, actually.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
The delegate of Kenya would like to raise a point of order that tomorrow the time for session is 9 to 12:45.
A delegate, the point is not in order, considering we're in an informal simulation for now, considering that I had a discussion with sir, and it was a bland say assumption that was taken for 9 to 12. Right?
So can't we adjust the draft resolution and moderated caucus along with JSL tomorrow?
Delegate, the draft resolution takes a minimum of 1 hour, 1.5 hour, honestly. Right? With all the discussions and the documentation proceedings that proceeds forward with it. So it takes a minimum of 1 hour, 1.5 hour. If you want to go away with the moderated caucus and stick to only draft resolution, I am fine with it. I am fine with it. But yet again, makes no significance or no role. Going for a committee, going for an MN with only one moderated caucus makes no sense, right? We should have at least 2 to 3 moderated caucus. That's why I am accepting delegates to proceed with a written moderated caucus as well. If you want a draft resolution, we can proceed for a draft resolution, but yet again, it is very complicated, very complex thing. And in addition to it, we have paucity of time to accommodate everything into one. And that is something I think so we should understand as well, right?
Oh, thank you.
Most welcome.
Written draft resolution, or written moderate caucus. Can we give our research also?
Sorry?
Research in written moderate caucus.
I didn't get your question.
Tomorrow we are gonna go with 2 moderate caucus. One is written. In that written moderate caucus, can we give a research paper also?
No. Your moderator understand that whatever content you will be providing me for the moderated caucus, I will be reading that content till the 60th second. Are we clear? Perfect. Anyone else? Yes, United Kingdom.
Delegate of United Kingdom would like to raise a point of inquiry on the written GSL. So if the GSL is written, how are we supposed to ask questions? Can the delegates ask via chat on their researchers, or is there
In that case, the delegate will not be having chits only, because the committee will not be aware of the GSL, right? So that is what I was saying. That is a drawback. But that again is your choice.
So the delegate won't have an option for questions.
No. Since it will not be on the official record and verbatim, therefore we cannot entertain questions, right? It will not be officially read out in the committee. Yes, Netherlands? Yes.
Sir, the delegate of Netherlands would like to raise a point of inquiry. So, since there is one moderated caucus, speech tomorrow going to be held, will there be any unmoderated caucus?
We will be what I am planning is to have 2 moderated caucus for tomorrow. One written, which you can send it to me tomorrow itself, and the other one will be verbal, which will be marked accordingly.
So, sir, there will be no unmoderated caucus. No unmoderated caucus.
I will not be proceeding for an unmoderated caucus. I will give you time of 10 to 15 minutes for the press release drafting.
And sir, for the moderated caucus that is written, should we email this to you or directly give to you?
Moderated caucus, you have to write it on a notepad sheet and you can give it to me tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir.
Most welcome. Anyone else?
So the program is going to end today, right? So the cheats we got now, we reply tomorrow.
The chits you have received now, you can send a reply tomorrow.
Okay.
We have a couple of chits with us. You will receive these chits tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay? Clear? Anyone else?
Sir, tomorrow we want to create the GSL in a paper, in written form?
No, tomorrow we will be continuing with the GSL list.
Okay, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Any other query? Yes or no? You had tea? Then where's your voice? Are we clear? Perfect, delegates. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow. Delegate of Belgium, Delegate of Botswana, Delegate of Denmark, French Republic, Germany, Greece, India, Indonesia, Japan, Kenya, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Netherlands, New Zealand, Nigeria, Pakistan, Panama, Qatar, Russia, South Africa, South Korea, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, Thailand, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, Ukraine, United Kingdom, USA, Venezuela, Zambia, Zimbabwe. Right, delegates? Delegates will be continuing with the GSL, but before that, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be taking one moderated caucus verbally and one in written format. Were we clear with this? Are you all prepared with one written moderated caucus? Who is not prepared? Do we have a delegate who is not prepared with the written moderated caucus? May I know what was the topic that was decided? Can any one delegate just speak it out as to what was the topic decided for the written moderated caucus? Yes, Venezuela. Pager. Do we have a pager? Mike. The topic for the moderated caucus, which the committee will be providing in written.
In written, the topic is gender equality, and verbally it is climate action.
Gender equality.
Yes, in written.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Also, delegates, regarding chits, you had 3 chits: POI chit, reply chit, and substantive chit. We will be having the floor open only till 11:30, till which you can send in your chits, be it a question, be it a reply, or be it a substantive chit. After 11:30, we will not be considering any chits. Are we clear? Yes, delegates? Perfect. Right. So today, we will be reverting back to the GSL. We'll be starting with the GSL for now, and then accordingly, we'll be continuing. Delegate of Qatar. Are you prepared with the GSL? Zimbabwe. Delegate of Zimbabwe, it was your turn. You prepared with the GSL? You missed out.
Sustainable development is the masterful balance of meeting everyone's needs without jeopardizing future to do the same. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates across the world, a very warm good morning to all. The National Development Strategy 2021 to 2025 stands as a testament to Zimbabwe's unwavering dedication to sustainable development, encoded in the Global 2030 Agenda. The strategy ensures the harmonized approach, implementation, evaluation, and monitoring of SDGs. The strategic alignment not only the highlights of Zimbabwe's global committee, but also the reinforces its responsibility to its citizens and planet. Zimbabwe renewable energy policy is another testament. Furthermore, Zimbabwe highlights the power of international cooperation and multilateralism in driving sustainable development. We encourage stronger partnership, knowledge sharing, and support for developing countries. Thereby, the delegate of Zimbabwe would like to conclude the speech by stating that the artificial intelligence for achieving sustainable. Delegates, thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Zimbabwe. You will elapse your time. Thank you. Delegate of India.
Be the change you wish to see in the world. Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegate would like to thank the Chair for providing an opportunity to share the strategies of India. India emphasized the importance of quick and inclusive economic growth in moving a large number of impoverished people out of the poverty. In the spirit of the motto, leaving no one behind, the government is committed to ensuring Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. The Niti Aayog is in charge of issuing the SDG India Index. The government began piloting universal healthcare initiatives through the Ayushman Bharat scheme and National Health Mission to eradicate all forms of hunger and malnutrition. The Green Revolution in 1950s and 1960s was the first wave of agricultural intensification in India.
Samagra Shiksha in 2018, SSA in 2001, RMSA in 2009, and the digital efforts like Shala Kosh and Shala Sarthik are some programs for quality education. The institutions like IIT, JIPMA, AIMS are always dominating all over the world. Swachh Bharat initiative ensures clean water and sanitation. For affordable and clean energy, National Electricity Plan, National Energy Policy are in existence. The Aadhaar system enhanced the supply of government services. The Right to Information Act of 2005 allows citizens to request information from public authorities, ensuring that institutions are transparent and accountable. The delegate once again thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate, you're left with 1 second. How would you like to yield your time?
The delegate of India would like to yield the time to point of information.
Point of information. Delegates willing to ask question, we'll entertain one question. A delegate of Netherlands.
The delegate of Netherlands would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of India. So India is considered a polluted country. It is having air pollution in many parts of India. So what are they trying to develop and what are the measures taken by India to ensure the SDG goal of the climate adaptation, climate action, so that the air pollution can be reduced?
The delegate would like to reply. There are a lot of initiatives to reduce carbon emission in India, and through the national energy policy and everything, India is trying to reduce the impacts of climate and all.
Thank you so much, Delegate of India. We'll proceed with the next speaker, Delegate of Denmark.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, we all know that UN has set sustainable development goals for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. These 17 targets include eradication of poverty, gender equality, quality education, climate action, etc. All nations are gearing up to meet the targets set by UN. However, the dedication of one nation in going above and beyond these goals is notable: Denmark. The relentless pursuit of Denmark is widely appreciated. However, what most are unaware of is the path, rather challenging path, that this small nation undertook to become the paragon of hope for our planet. The strategy of Denmark to achieve this vision was to adopt a multifaceted approach, first by accelerating the transition to renewable energy, then by investing in cutting-edge technologies, and finally by promoting energy efficiency. Recognizing the urgency of climate resilience was another key challenge to overcome. Promoting climate-proof infrastructure and coastal protection paved the way for safeguarding communities from climate-related disasters. In conclusion, Denmark is focused to lead the world towards a better and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Denmark. You will have your time. Delegate of Turkey, you stand up with the next speaker.
The delegate thanks to chair. Honorable Chairperson and all fellow delegates, a warm good morning to everybody. The delegate of Turkey is here to talk upon the matter strategies to achieve sustainable development goal. Sustained development is the wall of the future. Turkey is the one of the countries more focused on sustainable development. The delegate of Turkey would like to share the message that Turkish government has taken to gain sustainable development. Firstly, national renewable energy. Turkey aims to increase the share of renewable sources in its total energy sources supply to 13% by 2030. And secondly, zero waste management. It was launched in 2017. This project aimed to reduce the waste generation and increase the recycling rates in Turkey. And thirdly, National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan. Turkey has made their own strategies to protect the sustainably manage its biodiversity. It includes to conserve ecosystem, protect endangered species, and to promote sustainable land and water. National Efficiency Plan. Turkey has set a target to reduce primary energy consumption by 14% by 2030. The plan includes energy efficient measures for buildings, industries, and transportation. And fifthly, sustainable tourism strategy. Turkey has developed a sustainable tourism strategy to enhance the sustainability and competitiveness of tourism sector. And sixthly, Green Industrial Revolution strategy. It was announced in 2021. This strategy aims to transform Turkey's industrial sector to low carbon and restore efficiency action plan. The delegate of Turkey, once again, thanks to Chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Points very well noted. We'll proceed with the next speaker, Delegate of Armenia.
The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates across the world, the Republic of Armenia has been firmly committed to the implementation of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. Beginning with 2015, the established Intergovernmental Council has actively worked on creating the necessary infrastructures for the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals as a matter of institutional and systemic approach towards the SDGs policy. Armenia adopted a comprehensive strategy, National Sustainable Development Strategy 2015 to 2030, outlining its vision for sustainable development until 2030. The strategy emphasizes economic growth, social inclusion, environmental protection, and good governance. Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Law of 2017 promotes the development and utilization of renewable energy sources and set targets for increasing the share of renewables in Armenia's energy mix. Waste Management Law 2019 focuses on waste reduction, recycling, and proper disposal. It establishes a legal framework for waste management practices that prioritize environmental protection and sustainability. The government of Armenia has initiated the development of over 30 sectoral strategies as well as the comprehensive Armenia Transformation Strategy 2020 to 2030. The delegate thanks the Chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Points very well noted. You will elapse your time. Thank you. Delegate of South Korea.
Is the best guarantee for a bright future. Good morning to EB members and fellow delegates. The delegate of South Korea would like to express its opinion on agenda strategies to achieve sustainable development goal. There are total of 17 sustainable development goals, and it is important for the world to adapt them. Unsustainable pattern of consumption and production are the root causes of triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These crises and related environmental degradation threaten human well-being. Sustainable development involves finding a balance between economic growth, social well-being, and environmental protection. And it requires a holistic and integrated approach across various sectors and levels of societies. By adapting the strategies of Sustainable Development Goal that encompasses this element, the country, South Korea, have worked toward sustainably achieving the development goal and effectively addressing the interrelated challenges of social progress, economic prosperities, and environmental protection. So, the world can adapt the goals of sustainable development by implementing various policies, programs, and partnership to ensure sustainable development for its citizens and to contribute to the global sustainable development agenda. To conclude, the delegate of South Korea would like to say, sustainable development is a pathway to the future for all. It offers a framework to generate economic growth. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You're still left with 12 seconds. How would you like to yield your time?
The delegate would yield the time for point of information.
Point of information. Right. Delegates willing to ask point of information, kindly raise your placard. We will be entertaining 2 questions against that speech made by the delegate of South Korea. Delegate of Turkey, followed by Greece.
You would like to raise a point of information towards the delegate of South Korea. What is South Korea done to protect and restore its natural ecosystem and biodiversity?
The delegate of South Korea would like to reply to the point of information raised by the delegate of Turkey. The country has gone with a forest system, and across the various industries, it's been using air purifiers and have gone through plastic burning instead of coal, which limits the CO2 emission by 3.3 percentage.
The delegate of Greece would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of South Korea that as the country attended only 2 United Nations summits, so is the country signed for SDGs agenda for 2023?
The delegate of South Korea would like to reply to the point of information raised by the delegate of Greece. Even though the country has only attended 2 United Nations summit, but it was an official summit which have the South Korea have attended, but the South Korea have gone with a lot of unofficial summits. And yes, the South Korea have signed in for the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030.
Unofficial summit?
Offline, online, through what is it? Online meetings for reporting the SDGs.
Okay, delegate. Do you have any proof of it? Any proof of the unofficial or the online summits that were held?
On SDGs report, they have given the report on 2018 during an offline summit.
Delegate, kindly provide the report to the executive board once.
The delegate would like to research and...
Sure. Thank you.
Saving our planet, lifting people out of poverty, advancing economic growth. These are one and the same fight. Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. The delegate of Thailand would like to put forward Thailand's strong commitment to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 and its ambitions to become a high-income, inclusive, sustainable and resilient country. The SDG landscape in Thailand is well established. The SDGs have been integrated into the 20-year national strategy, which is Thailand's main development framework. The National Committee for Sustainable Development, CSD, chaired by the Prime Minister, represents the central mechanism to advance all 17 goals. Guided by the UN principles to leave no one behind, human rights, gender equality, sustainability, and resilience, the cooperation framework is closely aligned with Thailand's 20-year national strategy and the 13th National Economic and Social Development Plan. Thailand's SDGs roadmap provides to move forward in 6 key areas, namely policy integration and coherence, enabling mechanism, partnership, pilot projects, monitoring and evaluation, and awareness raising. Together with the sufficiency economy as our pathway, Thailand is confident that balanced and sustainable development goals for all is within reach. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate. You will elapse your time. Thank you. Delegate of UAE, United Arab Emirates, you stand to be the next speaker.
Honorable Chair and all respected delegates, the delegate of UAE would like to place the country's opinion on the agenda of sustainable development. For the past few years, all the countries have had strong commitment and renewed sense of urgency in the implementation of SDGs and Agenda 2030. United Arab Emirates have made significant progress in aligning its national development strategies with sustainable development goals. UAE focuses on achieving the SDGs and had also taken a pledge to leave no one behind and to shift the world to a sustainable path. In January 2021, Sheikh Mohammed had taken an initiative for green economy through the slogan, "A green economy for sustainable development," and had implemented several policies. In 2017, the National Climate Change Adoption Program was introduced to have better climate before 2050. Indeed, the delegate of UAE pleads that SDGs in action has become a critical feature of the World Government Summit. The Sustainable Development Goals still remain a beacon of hope. Working, thinking, and leading from the front requires all the countries need to set up the commitment to share experiences, tools, and update the progress. At last, the delegate of UAE urges everyone to ignite the flame of change, reunite together, and make a lasting impact as a global student leaders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. You will elapse your time. Thank you. Delegate of USA.
Thanks for the recognition, Chair. We didn't come to fear the future. We came to shape it. Barack Obama. Respected Chair and my fellow delegates, the United States is poised to play a leading role in sustainability. The US has already taken important steps towards being sustainable. One of the most important aspects of sustainability is creating a green economy. This means developing new industries and jobs that are environment friendly and sustainable. The country has a large population and thus has a lot of natural resources and many educated people. It is also capable of producing renewable energy. We have a variety of programs in place to promote sustainability, like the Environmental Protection Agency's EPA, Green Power Partnership, which encourages organizations to use renewable energy sources. The US Department of Energy also has a number of initiatives to promote sustainability, including the Sunshot Initiative, which aims to make solar powers more affordable, the Green Initiative, and the Better Buildings Challenge, which encourages businesses and organizations to reduce energy consumption. The US is no beginner to sustainable development and hopes to share more ideas and solutions in the time to come. The delegate thanks the committee.
Delegate, thank you so much. You've elapsed your time. Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegates, at this juncture, we'll be moving for the informal debate, the moderated and unmoderated caucus. Now, delegates, are we in consensus of proceeding for a moderated caucus and an unmoderated caucus, or you want a voting to be done? Yes, delegates? Anyone? Right, we'll be taking motions to enter into moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus. Are we clear? Delegates willing to raise motions, kindly raise a placard.
The delegate of Panama would like to raise a motion to move forward to the moderated caucus on the subtopic climate action with individual speakers' time as 60 seconds and total time as 20 minutes.
60 seconds, 20 minutes, perfect. Delegate of Botswana.
The delegate of Botswana proposes a motion to suspend the formal debate and move into a moderated caucus on the topic climate action, total time being 30 minutes and individual speakers' time being 60 seconds.
On the topic climate action, total time being 40 minutes and individual time being 60 seconds for each delegate, so that all delegates get a chance to present their views.
Right. Thank you so much, Delegate of Venezuela. The motion is not in order, as it has already been mentioned that the moderated caucus total time cannot exceed 30 minutes. Right? Right, delegates. So we have two motions in place. Going by the order of disruption, we'll be first taking the motion raised by the delegate of Botswana for moving into a moderated caucus on the topic climate action for total time 30 minutes per speaker time. Delegates in favor of the moderated caucus topic, raise a placard. Up and high. Delegates against? Right. The motion passes. Right. Delegate of Botswana, would you like to be the first speaker? You would like to be the first speaker? Okay. Right. Delegates, are you all prepared with the speeches for this moderated caucus? Or you need time to prepare your... Delegates willing to speak in this moderated caucus, raise a placard up and high. High, 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 high. Botswana, you've been recognized. You're the first speaker. We have Kenya, Sri Lanka, Qatar, Germany, Morocco, South Africa, followed by Saudi Arabia, followed by United Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates, followed by Panama, Switzerland, Japan, Zimbabwe, delegate of Greece, Armenia, Indonesia, Russia, delegate of Belgium, United Kingdom, delegate of Turkey, delegate of Bangladesh, delegate of India, delegate of Pakistan, delegate of South Korea,
Honorable chairs, esteemed delegates and guests, the urgency of climate action cannot be overstated. According to the latest UNDP report, global temperatures have already risen by 1.2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, causing devastating impacts on ecosystem and human lives. The planet stands at a critical crossroads and bold actions are imperative. As the words of the IPCC goes, this is the last generation that can prevent irreparable damage to the planet. The time for action is now. Embrace sustainable solutions, as the World Bank reports that investing $1 in climate action can yield $7 in economic benefits. Together, let's pave the way for a greener, more resilient future. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate of Botswana. Delegate of Kenya.
Honorable Chair, I have sent it on 4th this month.
Delegate, I have received it yesterday. Hasnat Asainar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have received it yesterday at 8:48 p.m.
Sorry, sir, that was not intentional. Intentional.
Okay, we'll discuss it afterwards then.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, delegate. Yes, delegate of Kenya, you.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, in the past, Kenya faced challenges regarding climate action and environmental sustainability. However, significant improvements have been made since the implementation of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. One notable policy that has contributed to this improvement is National Climate Change Action Plan in 2013. This policy addressed adaptation and mitigation strategies as well as sustainable energy development and environmental conservation. Forest conservation and reforestation initiatives have increased forest cover by 3% over the past decade. These efforts have led to 32% reduction in greenhouse gases emissions. From green energy's embrace, Kenya sets a sustainable pace. Thank you. Asante.
Thank you so much, delegate of Kenya. Delegate of Sri Lanka.
The delegate thanks the chair. We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change and the last generation that can do something about it, said by Barack Obama. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum and wanakkam. Sri Lanka has advanced considerably in combating climate change, and the results speak for themselves. Sri Lanka has successfully reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 16% since 2010, demonstrating commitment to mitigating climate impacts. In adapting to the changing climate, Sri Lanka has invested in building resilient infrastructure and improving water management systems. In conclusion, Sri Lanka is proud of its achievements in climate action, with a 16% reduction in emissions, a 5% increase in forest cover, and a 30% decrease in vulnerability. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate of Sri Lanka. Delegate of Qatar. Yes, delegate of Netherlands.
Plans by another delegate, and I'm not really sure with the question. Can I please send the reply sheet as to specify it? It was.
Can you repeat? You've sent a question.
Okay, so the question is POI sheet was sent to elaborate some policy in my GSL or quality the moderated caucus, but I'm not clear with it. Can I send a reply to elaborate or specify the point they want to They wanted it to be elaborate.
Sure, delegate. If you wish to, you can do so.
Thank you.
Delegate thanks the chair, honorable chair, vice chair, and all the fellow delegates. Good morning. Delegate of Qatar would like to shed light on a pressing issue that is not only affecting Qatar, but the entire world: climate action. Although Qatar is renowned for its vast oil and gas reserves, the effects of climate change are not exclusive to any particular region. Qatar has adapted and diversified its economy to stay competitive in changing landscape. Qatar is invest in renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power, while at the same time reducing dependence on fossil fuels. The Qatar National Vision 2030, a comprehensive roadmap for sustainable development, prioritizes environmental preservation and mitigating climate change. The nation has made notable progress in reducing its carbon footprints, including the establishment of the largest solar power plant in the region. The delegate of Qatar once again thanks the chair.
Thank you, the delegate of Qatar. Next will be the delegate of Germany.
Germany firmly believes in the urgency of tackling climate challenge and will continue to lead efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 65% by 2030, and by 2045, Germany plans to be greenhouse gas neutral. As known, Germany has already reduced greenhouse emissions by 40.4% right now, which was a commitment made in 2020 to reduce greenhouse emissions by 40%. Germany pledged to accelerate the transition to renewable energy resources and invest in research and innovation for sustainable technologies. Moreover, Germany will work towards enhancing energy efficiency in various sectors, including industry, transportation, and buildings. Germany welcomes all nations to join us in our goals, and Germany will share researches and innovations for sustainable development in the world. The world can learn from Germany how we have been consistent in reducing greenhouse gas emissions already by 40.4%. Delegate thanks the board again.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Germany. The delegate of Morocco.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Morocco has taken significant climate action steps, including reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 18.3% by 2013 and promoting the renewable energy to reach 52% of electricity generation. Morocco is adapting to climate change effects through drought-resistant crops and coastal protection. Notably, Morocco's climate efforts have been recognized internationally. Initiatives like the new solar complex and Mohammed VI wind farm showcase its leadership in renewable energy. The government is committed to overcoming challenges and becoming a climate action leader in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Morocco. Next, we have the delegate of South Africa.
Already altering South African ecosystems, economies, and livelihoods. Since 1990, the national average temperature has increased twice as fast as global temperatures. The South African cabinet has approved key climate actions, including creating a presidential climate commission, South Africa's low emissions development strategy, national climate change adaptation strategy, a carbon tax, and a just transition framework. At the United Nations Climate Change Conference, the US government, together with the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and the European Union, announced a just energy transition partnership with South Africa. The partnership aims to support South Africa's accelerated energy transition away from coal, to chart a pathway for a low-carbon economy that achieves national climate goals. This partnership is a global first and could become a template for supporting a just transition worldwide. The delegate thanks the board.
Thank you so much, the delegate of South Africa. Next, we have Saudi Arabia.
Recent years to protect and restore its biodiversity and has opted for a more sustainable future. In 2021, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman launched the twin initiatives, Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, which features the largest afforestation projects in the world to capture carbon from air and improve soil quality. Saudi Arabia has also taken steps to reduce water pollution. Saudi Arabia has joined the World Oceans Union and the Alliance for the Elimination of Plastic Waste in Oceans. The delegate thanks the board.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Saudi Arabia. Next, we have the delegate of UAE.
Climate action is not a choice. It is responsibility we owe to the earth and the future generations. Honorable Chair and all respected delegates, the delegate of UAE would like to emphasize the pressing issue of climate change on a global level. The UAE acknowledges its responsibility to take concrete actions and to mitigate its impact. Over the past years, UAE has undertaken significant measures to combat climate change. The UAE has made substantial investment in renewable energy sources. UAE's ambitious target of generating 50% of its energy from clean sources by 2050 is evidence of its commitment. The UAE recognizes the importance of international collaboration to tackle climate change. The UAE is actively participating in global climate discussions and supports initiatives like Paris Agreement. At last, the delegate of UAE calls for global collaboration to promote climate action. Let us inspire and learn from each other towards a more sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegate of UAE. Next, we have the delegate of Panama.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Panama is a country that is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, but the country is taking steps to address the impacts of climate change. The government has developed a national adaptation plan which outlines several strategies for reducing the country's vulnerability to climate change. Panama requests all countries to follow these strategies to lower the impact of climate change. These strategies include investing in infrastructure to protect against climate change, improving water management, promoting sustainable agriculture, and conserving biodiversity. Panama is also working to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. The country has committed to reducing its emissions by 20% by 2030. The impacts of climate change are a serious threat to Panama. However, the country is taking steps to address these challenges. With continued action, Panama can build a more resilient future. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you, the delegate of Panama. Next, we have the delegate from Switzerland.
One of the major concerns in every country nowadays is the rapid change of climate. It continues to threaten the environment, leading to extreme weather events, rising temperatures, and loss of biodiversity. Switzerland understands this has to be treated as an urgent matter of concern. A lot of initiatives have been taken by the Swiss government to address the same. Switzerland is aiming on reducing greenhouse emissions. The country has seen a decrease by 11% as of 2018 in comparison to 1990 levels. There has been an increase in the use of renewable energy. 65% of the Swiss electricity production has been obtained through renewable energy, hydropower being the dominant contributor. Carbon pricing has also been implemented in the country to reduce carbon emissions. Delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Switzerland. Next, we have the delegate of Japan.
Esteemed Chair and dear delegates, recognizing that climate change is an urgent issue that will have enormous impact on Japan's economic and social activities, Japan aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 26% by 2030, considers as a naturally determined contribution. Government announced this commitment up to fund $1.5 billion for addressing climate change. SDG's headquarters aims to strengthen resilience and adapt capacity to climate-related hazards and natural disasters in all countries and integrate climate change measures into national policy strategies, and to strengthen resilience to adapt capacity and integrate climate change measures into national policies, strategies, and planning. In 2019, the Cabinet approved the long-term strategy under the Paris Agreement, showing a vision for the realization of decarbonized society. Japan aims to reduce gas emissions by 26 with 2030 compared to 2030, considered as a nationally determined contribution. The delegates thank the chair.
Thank you, the delegate of Japan. Next, we have the delegate of Zimbabwe.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and guests. In 2021, Zimbabwe updated its target for reducing greenhouse emission, moving from seeking to achieve 33% reduction in per capita energy sector emissions towards a more ambitious aim to achieve 40% reduction from all sectors. In 2030, Zimbabwe's greenhouse gas emission and in examine the impact of set 28 mitigation measures. They show that implementing these measures could achieve greenhouse gas emission reduction targets and could contribute to achieve selected sustainable development goal targets. Sensitive early warning and contingency planning. The delegates thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Zimbabwe. Next, we have the delegate from Greece.
Today, as the delegate of Greece, stands here to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the pursuit of SDG 13 climate action in Greece. Climate action requires a collective effort. The country urged citizens, businesses, and civil society to join hands in this endeavor. Embracing energy efficiency, reducing waste, and adopting eco-friendly practices are small but impactful steps that everyone can take. The country have set ambitious targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and transition towards clean, renewable energy sources. By investing in sustainable technologies, the country aims to mitigate the impacts of climate change and build a greener, more resilient future. In conclusion, let the nation remember that the consequences of inaction are far greater than the efforts required today. The country owes it to the children, planet, and everyone to take bold steps towards a sustainable future. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate from Greece. Next, we have the delegate from Armenia.
The delegate thanks the chair. The government of Armenia has been mainstreaming and integrating climate change consideration into national and sectoral development policies. As such, the implementation of energy efficiency measures and the introduction of renewable energy sources are high priorities, contributing also to economic and social goals. Armenia has developed Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Strategy 2015 to 2025 to address climate change challenges through both mitigation and adaptation measures. The strategy outlines actions to reduce emissions, increase resilience to climate impacts, and promote sustainable practices. The transition to climate neutrality is at the core of Armenia's energy independence, energy security, and green growth policies. Armenia's long-term goal is to achieve climate neutrality in the second half of this century. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Armenia. Next, we have the delegate of Indonesia.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Indonesia, one of the world's top 10 emitters of greenhouse gases, is contributing to the climate crisis, taking a mounting toll on human rights around the globe. Climate adaptation. Many nations are developing strategies to adapt to the impacts of climate change, such as rising sea levels and extreme weather events. Indonesia's climate action could contribute to the country's economic growth and poverty alleviation agenda. Due to its geographical and natural diversity, Indonesia is one of the countries most susceptible to the impact of climate change. Encourage renewable energy and investing in solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal power properties. Delegates, thanks to you.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Indonesia.
Delegate of Indonesia. Can you repeat the second last line and the last line once? Of your speech, the second last line and the last line. Can you just repeat it?
Encourage renewable energy by investing on solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal power project properties. Delegate, thanks to you.
Honorable chairs, fellow delegates, the delegate of the Russian Federation stands here to talk about the subject of climate action. Russia is a country that has been deeply affected by climate change. Russia has seen glaciers melt, permafrost thaw, and forests burn. We know that climate change is a real and an urgent threat, and we are committed to taking action to address it. The country has already taken significant steps to reduce carbon emissions and have invested in renewable energy, improved energy efficiency, and promoted sustainable development. Russia believes that climate change is a global problem that requires a global solution. And so, it calls on all countries to work together to reduce emissions, invest in clean energy, and protect the planet. Thanking the chair.
Thank you, the delegate of Russia. Next, we have the delegate from Belgium.
Honorable members of the dais and fellow delegates. Transitioning to a net zero world is one of the greatest challenges humankind has faced. It calls for nothing less than a complete transformation of how we produce, consume, and move about. The energy sector is the source of around 3/4 of greenhouse gas emissions today and holds the key to averting the worst effects of climate change. The growing awareness that climate change is inevitable has led Belgium to consider climate policy from two complementary viewpoints: adaptation and mitigation. The National Adaptation Plan 2017-2020 of Belgium government will enhance adaptation and resilience activities. Belgium government proposes introduction of carbon pricing, green certificates and net metering systems for private industries for urging them towards renewable energy. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Belgium. Next, we have the delegate from UK.
Climate action in the United Kingdom involves binding emission reduction targets, investment in renewable energy, and sustainable transportation policies. The UK actively engages in global climate negotiations, promoting public awareness and protecting biodiversity. Notably, the nation's leadership in offshore wind energy deployment and commitment to phasing out petrol and diesel cars by 2030 showcases its determination to combat climate change. Challenges remain in transitioning industries and ensuring a just shift. But the UK's unwavering commitment inspires a greener and more resilient future for all, leaving a positive impact on the global fight against climate change. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of UK. Points very well noted. Next is the delegate from Turkey.
The delegate thanks to chair. The delegate of Turkey would like to talk upon the matter of climate action. Turkey has taken several steps in recent years to address climate change and promote climate action. Here are some examples of Turkey's efforts. Firstly, ratification of international agreements. Turkey has ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and its Paris Agreement. By doing so, Turkey has committed to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions and participating in global efforts to combat climate change. And secondly, renewable energy investment. Turkey has been making significant investment in renewable energy sources as in wind, solar, and geometrical power. The country aims to increase renewable energy capacity and reduce its reliance on fossil. And thirdly, afforestation and reforestation. Turkey has launched a large-scale afforestation and reforestation campaigns to combat deforestation and increase forest cover. These efforts aim to secure the carbon dioxide and protect the diversity. Delegate, once again, thanks to chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Turkey. Next, we have the delegate from Bangladesh.
Yes, delegate of Botswana.
Benefit of the speakers who haven't completed their GSL.
So, delegate, it is not a point of order. It is a point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry.
Point of order will be in case we are doing something which is wrong. Did we do anything wrong? So, it's not a point of order. It's a point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry.
Right. So, delegate, the very reason for having a podium and for the delegates to actually stand on the podium and present a speech is to work as a confidence boost. Right. It is completely the decision of the delegates whether to speak from their respective place or to come to the podium and present a speech. However, the executive board has no problem whether the delegate is presenting their speech from their own position, their own stand, or whether they come to the dais, to the podium and present a speech. We are comfortable, we are happy, whichever way the delegate is willing to speak, till the time the delegate wishes to speak. Right? Also, delegate just one. Yes, delegate, you may start.
The delegate of Bangladesh would like to thank the chair. Esteemed chair and fellow delegates, a very pleasant morning to one all. Climate change knows no border. It will not stop before the Pacific Islands and the whole of the international community here has to shoulder a responsibility to bring about sustainable development. In Bangladesh, climate action is not a choice. It is an urgent imperative. Bangladesh, nestled in the Delta, faces the stark realities of rising seas and extreme weather events. Yet, Bangladeshis refuse to be passive victims of climate change. Embarrassing resilience, Bangladeshis plant mangroves, build climate-resilient infrastructure, and empower communities with early warning system. Together, Bangladeshis adapt and mitigate, making sustainability a way of life. With international collaboration, Bangladesh advocate for climate justice, knowing that the impact of climate change knows no border. Bangladesh stands united, leading the charge for a greener, safer, and more sustainable world. The delegate of Bangladesh once again thank the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Bangladesh. Next, we have the delegate from India.
The delegate thanks the chair. Climate action focuses on increasing resilience and adaptability to climate-related hazards, and as well as incorporating such measures into nation. As of 2018, investment in solar energy have impassed those in coal, and government has made a big effort to increase the usage of CNG and electrical vehicles in the transportation sector. With 8 submission, India's National Action Plan for Climate Change, NAPCC, is a program to prevent and adapt to the negative effects of climate change. The strategy attempts to achieve India's developmental goals with a focus on lowering the economy's emission intensity. Government initiatives to build disaster-resilient societies have resulted in a significant reduction in the number of people killed or injured in disaster over time. Indian rescue system works on central, state, and district-wise on a 3-tier system. The delegate thanks the chair once again.
Thank you so much, the delegate of India. Next, we have the delegate from Pakistan.
The delegate of Pakistan thanks the chair. The delegate of Pakistan is here to speak on the topic climate action. Pakistan is at a crossroad because climate change has wreaked havoc and continues to do to the country's people and infrastructure. The country is in a state of jeopardy where immediate implementation of climate plan is of ultimate necessity. Even though Pakistan only contributes 0.9% to the world's greenhouse gas emission, the recent flood wave has made the country much more vulnerable to climate change. In its updated Nationally Determined Contribution 2021, Pakistan has set an ambitious goal to tackle climate change challenges by reducing 15% GHGs with the country's own resources and 35% with support of international grant by 2030. To meet this target, Pakistan aims to shift to 16% renewable energy, 30% electric vehicles, and completely ban imported coals. The delegate of Pakistan once again thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Pakistan. Next, we have the delegate from South Korea.
Sustainable Development 13 is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Agenda established by United Nations as part of 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development. The country South Korea is committed to taking bold and decisive action to achieve Sustainable Development Goal and contribute to the global effort to combat the extreme threat. South Korea is also practicing in climate negotiation, contributing to International Climate Fund and collaborating with other nations to share knowledge and expertise. We recognize that no single country can solve this global challenge alone, and through unite and collaboration, we can achieve meaningful progress. In conclusion, as a representative of South Korea, we affirm our unwavering commitment to SDG 13. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of South Korea. Next, we have the delegate from Zambia.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Zambia has been experiencing adverse impact of climate change, including an increase in frequently and severity of floods and droughts, occasional dry spells, increase in temperature in valleys, flash floods, and changes in the growing season. In response to these impacts, Zambia is working to develop sustainable and appropriate programs for both crops and livestock. In the face of climate change, some of Zambia's adaptation measures include promotion of irrigation and efficient use of water resources, strengthening early warning systems, and preparedness, and using GIS report sensing in mapping of droughts and flood-prone areas. The country Zambia has been launched a new initiative of use nature to adapt to climatic change. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Zambia. Next, we have the delegate from Albania.
The climate is changing, and it is high time that we bring about change. Taking urgent action to combat climate change and its devastating impacts is an imperative to save lives and livelihood, and key to making the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 goals, the blueprint for a better future, a reality. Albania acknowledges the severity of climate change and is determined to take effective measures to combat it. The nation is committed to implement the Paris Agreement, setting ambitious targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing the climate resilience. The World Bank Group is working with Albania to help the country's agriculture sector better adapt to the potential impacts of climate change through different initiatives. Albania has made investments to accelerate the decarbonization of all aspects of our economy. Government has also taken initiative to restore the forest cover. Climate change is not a prediction but a reality. It is high time that we wake up to the planet's call. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Albania.
Consequences of climate change. The Zero Carbon Emission Act establishes a strategy for lowering carbon emissions, and this act will establish New Zealand's carbon neutral target. It will develop carbon budgets that will keep us on pace to accomplish our goal. As of November 2021, New Zealand's 2030 emission reduction target was increased from 30% to 50% below gross 2005 levels. The 2030 goals have been sharpened by 20 percentage points in the new NDC, but it is based on two accounting practices that reduce its net emissions by only 22% below 2005. New Zealand's climate change policies are yet to be accepted or fully endorsed, but when it is, they would likely have a huge influence. The delegate once again thanks the chair.
This is the moment when we must come together to save this planet. Let us resolve that we will not leave our children a world where the oceans rise and famine spreads and terrible storms devastate our lands. Barack Obama. Bold action to tackle the climate crisis is more urgent than ever. The record-breaking heats, floods, storms, drought, wildfires are devastating communities around the world. Through our actions at home and our leadership abroad, the United States is doing its part to build a net zero emission, resilient future that creates good jobs and ensures a healthy, livable planet for generations to come. President Biden created the first ever National Climate Task Force with more than 25 cabinet level leaders from across agencies working together on groundbreaking goals, reaching 100% carbon pollution free electricity by 2035, achieving a net zero emissions economy by 2050. The delegate thanks the committee.
Thank you so much, Delegate of USA. Next, we have the delegate from France.
Honorable Chair and respected delegates, France has been actively pursuing climate action to address challenges of climate change. As France played a significant role in development of Paris Agreement 2015, an international landmark accord it aimed limiting global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. France has historically relied heavily on nuclear power to generate electricity and has been discussing about the need to diversify the energy mix further. The French government has focused on raising awareness about climate change and its impact through public education campaigns and initiatives in school. The goal is to foster a sense of responsibility and encourage behavioral changes to reduce individual and collective carbon footprint. France's commitment to evolving as global understanding of climate change and urgency of the situation grows. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of France. Next, we have the delegate from Netherlands.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, greetings. Climate change possesses an existential threat to our planet and Netherlands, like rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and changes in the ecosystem are already affecting our environment, economy, and communities. The Netherlands is actively transitioning to a more sustainable and low-carbon economy. It has invested in renewable energy resources like wind and solar power, reducing its dependency on fossil fuels and cutting greenhouse gas emissions. The Netherlands prioritized climate adaptation measures to protect its communities and infrastructures from the impacts of climate change. By investing in flood protection, water management, sustainable urban planning, the country seeks to build resilience and ensure a safe future for its citizens. In conclusion, climate action is not merely a goal, but a responsibility we owe to our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Netherlands.
Climate change is a real and undeniable threat to our entire civilization. The effects are already visible and will be catastrophic unless we act now. Climate change is now affecting every single nook and corner of the world. People are experiencing significant impacts of climate change, which include changing weather patterns, rising sea levels, and more extreme weather events. One of the most common carbon emissions we see is greenhouse gas emissions, which include carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, CFCs, HFCs, PCPs, and sulfur hexafluorides and nitrogen trifluorides. The Argentine government has taken several steps against climate action, which are, in 2020, Argentina pledged not to exceed 349 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in 2030. The country stepped front and took action by the Climate Change Adaptation and Migration Plan. Is a roadmap for making this happen. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Argentina. Next speaker, we have the Delegate of Ukraine.
The delegate thanks the chair for the recognition. Honorable Chair, members of the Executive Board, and distinguished delegates. The delegate stands before this committee to raise awareness on the urgent global need of climate action. Ukraine, as a nation, is affected by the extreme weather events, which amplifies the urgency for immediate action. As a signatory to the Paris Agreement, Ukraine is committed to reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 40% in 2030. The delegate of Ukraine calls upon all nations to scale up their climate actions to avoid catastrophic consequences. Developing nations, including Ukraine, are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Therefore, financial and technological support from developed countries is essential to bolster a resilience and ensure a just transition for all. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate. Delegate of Turkey.
In the first view, I thought it was Poland.
We will be discarding these shirts then, right? Thank you. Choice, the decision to whether answer the question or not depends upon you. It is completely your choice. You have an option whether to answer it or not. That is your choice. We will not be questioning it. You will not be getting negative marks for it. You will not be demarked. Okay? Perfect. Yes.
Climate change is the Everest of all problems, the thorniest challenge faced by humankind. As a low-lying coastal nation vulnerable to climate change impacts, Denmark will prioritize climate adaptation and resilience. Denmark has also passed the 2020 Climate Act into law. The Climate Act sets a target to reduce Denmark's greenhouse gas emissions by 70% in 2030 compared to 1990 and aims for net zero by 2050. Denmark is also determined to reduce its carbon footprints. In so doing, Denmark has recognized that green policies also create green growth and green jobs. Time is running out, and immediate measures are necessary to avoid catastrophic consequences and secure a sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Denmark. Next, we have the delegate from Nigeria.
Nigeria, a nation rich in diversity and resilience, stands at the forefront of climate action. As Nigeria faces the urgent challenges of a changing climate, the country is committed to protecting its environment and securing a sustainable future for generations to come. With vast natural resources and population, the country is investing in renewable energy, harnessing the power of the sun and the wind to reduce carbon emission and provide clean electricity to our people. Through innovative policies, the country is preserving its forests and biodiversity, safeguarding ecosystems that play a crucial role in regulating the climate. Nigeria is empowering local communities, ensuring that vulnerable populations receive the support needed to thrive in the face of environmental challenges. Nigeria remains steadfast in its commitment to global climate cooperation. Together with determination and unity, Nigeria embraces that responsibility of climate action. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Nigeria. Next, we have the delegate of Venezuela.
Delegate thanks the chair for recognition. The nation of Venezuela has diversified its energy mix and reduced carbon emissions. The nation ratifies its commitment to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions at least by 20% by 2030. However, investments by international communities and companies in greener technologies have been significantly reduced due to sanctions put by a few countries. The delegate of Venezuela would like to bring attention towards nation's climate crisis, which includes mudslides, periodic droughts, and floods. The nation has and will seek partnerships with national and international level to rebuild greener industries and invest in renewable energy infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, the delegate of Venezuela. Last on the list is the delegate of Thailand.
Climate action. Two small words that represent a radical transformation of our planet. Billions of data points, millions of climate scientists and campaigners, and a limitless number of stories around the world. Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, climate change is indeed a significant obstacle the world is facing. Thailand has attached great importance in addressing climate change. Relevant agencies have integrated the climate change aspects into policies and plans, such as Alternate Energy Development Plan, the Energy Efficiency Plan 2015-2036, the Power Development Plan, the Thailand Smart Grid Development Master Plan, and Environmental Sustainable Transport System Master Plan. Measurable and verifiable data collection system is accessible for an effective implementation. Moreover, enhancing public understanding and awareness, especially among children and youth, is an aid for Thailand to achieve this goal. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate. Delegates, with this, we come to the end of the moderated caucus. Right? Now, you need a break, or you want me to continue with the committee? How many of you want a break? Raise a placard. Oh, no one wants a break. Huh? I cannot see any placards being raised up. You guys want a break? 10 minutes, 15 minutes. How much? 10 minutes? Delegates, you have one more moderated caucus, right? For which you have written a speech. Wrote on the placard. For that moderated caucus, you would like to give the speech verbally or written only? Huh? Not verbally? Okay, what we'll do is, it is 11 as of now. We'll take a 15-minute recess. Right? 10-minute break. 10-minute works. Yes, President. Mike.
So the delegate of Switzerland would like to raise a point of inquiry. So since we are breaking for a recess of 10 minutes or 15 minutes, will the time for the POIs be increased then?
No. You can write down your chats and you can keep it yourself. Once we revert back to the committee, once we reconvene the committee, then we'll accept the chits.
So then that means that the executive board will be open for chits till 11:40?
11:30.
11:30 only?
Yes.
There won't be any duration for that, okay.
Okay? Not everything can be done for your sake. For this 10-minute break, if you want, you can. If you want to use a device for research purposes, you can. Okay, delegates?
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. No more crosstalk. Pagers. No crosstalk. Right, delegates, we'll be continuing with the committee. We are done with the moderated caucus. Right? We'll be continuing with the GSL. Right? The speakers list for the GSL stands to be Bangladesh, Russia, Zambia, Ukraine, Greece, Morocco, Belgium, Nigeria, UK, Germany, New Zealand, Indonesia, Japan, Saudi Arabia, and Switzerland. Right? Delegate of Bangladesh, are you there? Are you ready? You may start with the GSL, please.
The delegate of Bangladesh would like to thank the chair. Esteemed chair and fellow delegates, a very pleasant morning to one all. It's widely recognized that there is no peace without development and no development without peace. It is also true that there is no peace and sustainable development without respect for human rights. Bangladesh has made remarkable strides in reducing poverty over the years. It has implemented successful poverty alleviation programs such as microcredit initiatives, example Grameen Bank, and social safety nets, which have lifted millions of people out of extreme poverty. Bangladesh has made substantial progress in promoting gender equality and women's empowerment. It has achieved significant improvement in female education, women's participation in the labor force, and increasing the number of women in decision-making positions. The country has made significant advancement in primary education enrollment and achieving gender parity in primary education. Education initiatives has led to increased literacy rate and improved access to quality education for children, especially girls. Bangladesh, being one of the most climate vulnerable countries, has demonstrated strong resilience and adaptation measures. The country has been investing in climate resilient infrastructure and early warning system to prepare for and respond to the impact of climate change. The delegate of Bangladesh once again thanked the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate. Delegate, you're left with 3 seconds. How would you like to use your time?
The delegate of Bangladesh would like to read the time with point of information.
Point of information. Right. Delegates willing to ask questions to the delegate of Bangladesh, kindly raise a placard. Delegate of Switzerland.
The delegate of Switzerland would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Bangladesh that, considering the ongoing Rohingya refugee crisis, what impact has hosting a large refugee population in your country played a part in subjective well-being of both Bangladesh and Rohingya refugees?
The delegate of Bangladesh would like to answer the question raised by the delegate of Switzerland by a chief. I would like to research on the matter.
Yes. You wish to answer it via chat? Simple enough. Perfect. Right. Thank you so much for the question, delegate of Switzerland. Thank you, delegate of Bangladesh. We move on to the next speaker, delegate of Russian Federation.
Distinguished delegates, honorable chairs, the delegate of the Russian Federation stands here today to discuss the strategies to attain sustainable development goals. These goals are crucial in providing a universal blueprint for addressing global issues and providing a roadmap for a sustainable tomorrow. Russia recognizes the significance of sustainable development in achieving long-term prosperity and harmony within and among nations. The Russian Federation has already taken major steps in improving the life of its citizens by implementing measures to eradicate poverty, investing in infrastructure development and renewable energy development, and providing quality education. Distinguished delegates, sustainable development requires a global effort. Russia stands committed to working hand in hand with all nations to achieve sustainable development goals. Russia firmly believes that by upholding the principles of equity, inclusivity, and collaboration, we can build a better, more sustainable future for all and for a better tomorrow. Thanking the chair.
Thank you so much, delegate. You're left with 31 seconds. How would you like to yield your time?
The delegate of the Russian Federation would like to yield the time for point of information.
Perfect. Delegates willing to ask questions to the delegate of Russian Federation, raise your placard.
New Zealand would like to raise a point of information against the delegate of the Russian Federation that how does Russia consider working hand in hand with other nations to meet their sustainable development goals?
Russia has always been committed to working with other nations for bringing SDGs into action, for making what is considered a dream by many a reality. Russia is already doing so by agreeing with the Paris Agreement for the climate action goal, and in many other goals, Russia is making major strides.
Thank you so much, delegate. Delegate of Germany.
Delegate of Germany would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Russia that zero hunger is a part of the sustainability goals, and during the Russia-Ukrainian war, Russia had backed off from a treaty called Black Sea Treaty, which was basically Ukraine was exporting grains from it, and 80% of the grains went to South Africa. So Russia backing off from the treaty would cause a famine in South Africa.
The Russian delegate would like to raise a right to answer that there was no war between Russia and Ukraine. It was purely a military operation, and it was not a war.
My question is that one of the goals is a zero hunger, and backing off from the Black Sea Treaty is people in South Africa might starve. So, what does Russia have to say about that?
I'm sorry, would the delegate mind repeating the question?
The Black Sea Treaty basically allows Ukraine to export grains into different countries, and mainly it provides to South Africa. So once the exports from Ukraine stops, there will be people who are going into starvation and there will be inflations. So what's Russia's opinion about that?
The Russian delegate does agree that there have been disruptions in the global trade circle in the past few years, and Russia is currently making moves to improve that. Like I said, Russia has always been committed, and the Russian Federation in the future is going to be even more committed, more than ever, by providing and making major strides.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Russia. Thank you, Delegate of Germany. Delegate of French Republic.
Delegate of France would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Russia that what are the impacts of sustainable measures taken by Russia amidst the war?
Again, the Russian delegate would like to clarify that there was no war. It was purely and simply a military operation. There was no war between Russia and any other country.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate of Sri Lanka.
The delegate of Sri Lanka would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Russia that what role does international cooperation play in Russia's efforts to achieve the SDGs?
Like the delegate of Russia already mentioned, Russia complies with the Paris Agreement, and that can be considered as an international movement. And we are actually very much committed to that goal. And also we are also committed in education aspects as well. Russia is committed with international interchange for education, and we are also making major moves for also doing other goals and bringing Russia and its citizens to the top and providing top quality for our citizens.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate of Nigeria, your question, please.
The delegate of Nigeria would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Russia. What strategies is Russia considering to enhance press freedom and elevate its position on Press Freedom Index, all while advancing its sustainable development objectives?
Would the delegate mind repeating the question?
What strategies is Russia considering to enhance press freedom and elevate its position on Press Freedom Index, all while advancing its sustainable development objectives?
The delegate would like to reply to that by chits.
When are the delegates supposed to submit the written moderated caucus? Right now in the 1 minute or? All right. And where,
Not right now. Not right now. I will let you know.
Who do we have to address it to? To the
Sorry?
chair?
To the chair. Also, delegates, now the floor is closed for chits. Delegates, the floor is closed for chits. Right? If you will be receiving, we will be marking the point of informations. If you receive the questions, you are not supposed to send a reply. You're not supposed to send.
In the journey towards sustainability, our strategies today will shape the legacy we leave for tomorrow. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Zambia's commitment to sustainable development has become the cornerstone of the national agenda, paving the way for a brighter tomorrow. The government of Zambia has recognized the urgency of addressing environmental challenges while fostering economic growth. With a shared vision and a relentless determination, Zambia is embarking on a transformative path. The government of Republic of Zambia is strongly committed to the implementation of the transformative 2030 agenda for sustainable development. The country's first voluntary national review underscores this commitment, integrating SDGs into the national planning framework and putting in place of strong coordination and mechanisms. Zambian government is investing significantly in education and innovation by empowering the youth with the knowledge and skills to address environmental challenges. The nation is nurturing a new generation of eco-conscious leaders and problem solvers. In conclusion, Zambia stands steadfast in its commitment to sustainable development. The nation believes that Zambia's proactive policies, driven by the power of unity and innovation, will steer us towards a resilient and flourishing future. Together, let us forge ahead, leaving no one behind as we build a better, greener, and more sustainable Zambia for generations to come. The delegate thanks to Chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Points very well noted. You will elapse your time. Delegate of Ukraine, you stand with the next speaker.
Delegate thanks the chair for the recognition. Holodny Vognishi Zasito Sobako, a proverb famous in the country of Ukraine, meaning that it is better to be hungry for progress than to be satisfied with being stagnant. Honorable Chair, members of the Executive Board, and distinguished delegates, the Delegate of Ukraine stands before this assembly to address and foster international cooperation on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Ukraine was on steady progress of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals until the war started in February 2022. However, Ukraine is committed to achieve the goal of Agenda 2030, and evidently it has held strategic sessions with the UNDP that would recharge the possibility of a further possible war reconstruction along with sustainable development goals. In this journey, Ukraine seeks the support and cooperation of all countries on the same principle of leaving no one behind. Ukraine realizes that the path towards sustainability is both challenging and rewarding. By embracing education, innovation, responsible consumption and production, and social inclusion, great transformations can be made. Therefore, the Delegate of Ukraine urges all countries to join hands and hearts in pursuit of a sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for all. The Delegate thanks the Chair.
Thank you so much, Delegates. Points very well noted. The next speaker we have is the Delegate of Greece.
The earth does not belong to man. The man belongs to earth. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, a very warm good morning. As the delegate of Greece stands here to emphasize the importance of sustainable development and to highlight the strategies that can help the country to achieve this crucial goal. Greece firmly believes that to achieve sustainable development must focus on three key strategies. First, the nation must promote renewable energy sources and reduce the reliance on fossil fuels. Transitioning to cleaner energy will not only decrease the greenhouse gas emission, but also create more job opportunities and foster economic growth. Second, the country needs to invest in sustainable infrastructure and technology by improving the transportation network, by upgrading the building, and by implementing efficient waste management system so that the nation can reduce the ecological footprint and enhance the reliance to climate change. Lastly, education awareness are vital. The country shall educate our population about sustainable practices and foster a culture of sustainability. In conclusion, Greece urges all the nation to prioritize and implement these strategies to achieve sustainable development for the sake of the planet and the future generation. All the nations are invited to share best practices and work towards a more sustainable and resilient future. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You will elapse your time. Delegate of Morocco.
Suppose it's 5 seconds and the delegate would like to yield it for the POI, and the delegate of the person who is speaking would like to answer via chat. Is it impossible? Is it not okay?
Delegate, you can say you wish to reply via chat, but yet again, the floor is now closed for chats.
But that is unfair.
No, that is not unfair. So the whole purpose of having I would like to reply via chat is to give you time to research and then accordingly give a response.
But the people who spoke before that had the chance to reply via chat.
But even they haven't sent an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Chairman and distinguished delegates, there can be no sustainable development without sustainable energy development. In 2009, Morocco set out an ambitious energy plan which aimed for 42% of total installed power capacity to be renewable energy by 2020. The plan drew a strong expansion of both wind and solar over the following decade, with solar photovoltaic capacity increasing 16-fold and wind 6-fold by 2020. Morocco also built the new solar complex, the world's largest concentrated solar power plant, an enormous array of curved mirror spreads sun rays towards tubes of fluid with the hot liquid then used to produce power. Compared with many other countries, Morocco is doing relatively well on climate action with its policies analysis from the research group Climate Action Tracker. Morocco has been praised for using money saved from fossil fuel subsidies to increase fund for education and to implement a health insurance scheme. The new Kozat Solar Complex is the largest concentrated solar power plant in the world. It is expected to generate enough electricity to power 1 million Moroccan homes. The Mohammed City Green City is a new city that is being built to be sustainable and climate resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the. We have not inherited this earth from our ancestors. We have borrowed it from our children. Respected Chair, members of the dais, and fellow delegates, this quote reflects the very blood in our hands. The SDGs provide a roadmap towards a utopian vision of those before us. But will they change to be delusions of crazy minds? Belgium believes that all of us are interconnected to an unprecedented extent, and only through global partnerships and synergies can the world as a whole rise. But one of the problems that still exist is poverty. Without eradication of poverty, any measure for sustainable development is just water in a broken pot. Because no other person who's not affected by poverty can reap the benefits from sustainable development. Belgium appreciates all the efforts by the UNDP and other organizations in this matter. There has been considerable progress regarding gender equality through extensive policies in Belgium. But there is so much more to do. To quote Robert Frost, "But I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep." The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Belgium. Points noted. Delegate, you're left with 4 seconds. How would you like to yield your time?
The delegate of Belgium would like to yield the time to point of information.
Right. Delegates willing to ask questions, kindly raise a placard. We will be entertaining one question.
The delegate of Panama would like to raise a motion to the delegate of Belgium. The delegate of Belgium had mentioned that eradicating poverty and gender equality in today's world. So what is the country doing to eradicate poverty and gender equality?
The delegate of Belgium would like to answer the point of information raised by the delegate of Panama. Regarding poverty eradication, the country of Belgium has been strengthening its social welfare system, and anyone according to the at-risk of poverty index, they are provided with extensive social protection rights, and they have a consideration in employment. And regarding gender equality, in Belgium, which is a very developed country, gender equality is not seen as a main problem because women are being represented in every sector in the country, including administration and employment. They have an equal representation and an equal literacy rate in the country through extensive policies by the Belgian government. Delegate, thanks.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Panama. Thank you so much, Delegate of Belgium. Delegate of Nigeria.
Honorable Chairman, fellow delegates, a very good morning. A developing country with an eventful past, the Federal Republic of Nigeria would like to address the crucial topic of sustainable development. The Federal Republic of Nigeria is a country located in West Africa. It is the 7th most populous country in the world and the most populous country in Africa with over 250 ethnic groups, each with its own languages and cultures. Being classified as an emerging market, Nigeria firmly believes that sustainable development is the key to unlocking the nation's full potential and ensuring a prosperous future for all. Sustainable development requires a holistic approach, which encompasses economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection.
Nigeria recognizes the urgent need to eradicate poverty and promote great inclusive economic opportunities and is committed to implementing policies that stimulate job creation, improve access to quality education and healthcare. However, achieving sustainable development requires global cooperation and collaboration. Nigeria calls upon the international community to honor their commitments by providing financial resources, technology transfer to developing nations. The country recognizes that the full participation and inclusion of women is essential for sustainable development, hence ensuring women have equal access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. In conclusion, Nigeria reiterates its unwavering commitment towards sustainable development. The delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Nigeria. Points very well noted. Now, delegates, we have time with us. We have a couple of GSL speeches as well. We have 336, we have 7 GSL speeches. Now, you want to speak your moderate caucus verbally or you want to still give it written? Right? You wish to go for verbally or written? How many of you still want to send the moderate caucus written? Raise a placard. Acha, all of you want to send it written only. No one wants to give it verbal? You wish to have another moderated caucus? Yes, delegates? Anyone? I need a yes or a no. You all want another moderated caucus? Or you want time to discuss among yourself? I cannot hear anything, delegates. You need time? You have time till 12 o'clock. Right? Till 12 o'clock, discuss among yourself whether you want one more moderated caucus. Apart from the one you will be giving it to me written. You want one more moderated caucus or not? Right? Discuss among yourself, delegates. Right? You may proceed. You have the time to discuss. Yes, Netherlands?
Can we go for an unmoderated caucus?
Yes, it is an unmoderated caucus.
Oh, thank you.
Till 12 o'clock, discuss among yourself. Yes, Switzerland?
Sir, after the discussion is over, will it be put to vote?
Yes. Right, delegates, proceed. Proceed for the unmod. So, delegates, how we'll be proceeding is, we'll be continuing with the GSL, right? We will be taking the moderated caucus which you have given in written. I'll give you a brief format of the press release and then I'll give you time to prepare the press release. How much time do you require to prepare the press release? Half an hour, 45 minutes seems to be fine. 1 hour? 1 hour? No. Do one thing. You all have prepared the moderate caucus speeches. Take out the sheet, put it on the left side, under the flag. Under the flag, just keep that speech. Pagers, just collect it. Functioning of a press release. Now, it is not a Picasso drawing or something. It's just a very basic format of a press release. Just give me a second. So, when you talk of the press release, the format, it's a very simple format. On top, you have laptop or not? Anyone is carrying a laptop? Any gadget? Right. So what can be done is, you have a sheet of paper, delegates, right? One individual will sit who has the best handwriting, right? Now on top, you will write press release, right? Followed by UNGA, United Nations General Assembly. Then comes the agenda that has been decided, right? Then on the right side, you put in the date. What is today's date? 6th August 2023, right? Now, you have bullet points. You mention bullet points and you put in the summarization aspect. Yesterday and today, whatever discussions and deliberations took place in the committee, those discussions and deliberations have to be summarized and have to be incorporated under the bullet points. Right, delegates? Yes or no? Audience? Right. So, bullet points cleared, you have to give the summarization of the committee. Now, where the numbers are written, abides by it. Right? Every country follows it. It is not violating any country's foreign policy. Right, delegates? Now, if a particular point is mentioned, let's say, which somewhere down the line questions the integrity of a particular country, right? Then that point should not be there. The question stands to be why? When it comes to the voting of the document, when it comes to the voting of the press release, it has to be a unanimous document. Right, delegates? Now, since it has to be a unanimous document, if one delegate votes against the press release, because the solutions, one of the solution was against the foreign policy of that country, and the delegate votes against the press release, then the press release fails. Right, delegates? Now, in order to avoid it, you have to mention those solutions which abides by the foreign policy of every nation in existence. Every nation present here. Are we clear? Right? Doubts? Any doubt? Anyone? Yes, Germany. Mike.
Committee counted as not finished.
Right. So if the press release fails, that means we did not come up with a common solution, and that we did not call it fail, but we did not find any success of 2 days of debate. Right? Any other doubts? Delegates, any questions?
What should be incorporated with the bulletin points?
In the bulletin points, you have to summarize the committee. You have to put in the points to present that what all discussions and deliberations took place in the committee yesterday and today. Right? Yes, Switzerland?
Sir, so even if the press release fails or any other official document is not passed in the committee, will still the committee be working, or is it, does
The
it stop?
committee will be working. We will be ending the committee by taking the last GSL. Right? Any other doubts? Even if you have the minutest of the doubt, feel free to ask. It's my job, it is my duty to clear all your doubts. So ask me the question if you have. Yes, South Korea.
Sir, is the press release supposed to be one or more than one?
One document.
Only one document.
One. Anyone else? Yes, Germany.
We can type it out.
If you have a gadget, then you can type it out. But if you guys, if you delegates wish to write it down and send it to me, I will be more than happy. You have A4 size sheet, you can write it on a piece of paper, anything. But the handwriting should be clean, clear, and legible to understand. Sit together, discuss together, prepare together. Yes, Germany.
We're starting the press release now. So what about the people who are remaining to tell their GSL?
The GSLs, we will be taking GSLs. You need not be worried about GSLs. I have a list of speakers of UK, Germany, New Zealand, Indonesia, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland. These are the delegates who are still there in the GSL. They will be recognized. They will be giving the speeches. Okay? Perfect. Delegates proceed for the documentation.
Common sense is the foundation of sustainable development. It is the wisdom that guides people to make responsible choices for the well-being of the planet and future generations. Esteemed respect to the dignified chair and delegates. The UK has invested £12 billion in clean energy and green technologies, significantly reducing greenhouse gas emission by 44% since 1990. Transitioning to renewable energy sources like wind and solar power has played a vital role in achieving this progress. Moreover, the UK's commitment to combat climate change is evident on its ban on selling new petrol and diesel cars by 2030, promoting sustainable transportation and reducing carbon emission from the automotive sector. Efforts to reduce plastic waste and promote responsible consumption are reflected in the implementation of the plastic bag charge and the deposit return scheme for beverage containers. Furthermore, the UK government pledged to plant 30,000 hectares of trees annually showcases its dedication to protecting biodiversity and addressing climate change through afforestation. The UK remains steadfast in pursuing positive change, recognizing that some policies are yet to be implemented and confident that collective efforts will lead to a better future. Thank you.
Delegate, you're left with 5 seconds. How would you like to yield your time?
The delegate of United Kingdom would like to yield the time for the POI.
Right, we'll be entertaining one POI. Delegates willing to ask question, kindly raise a placard. Botswana, your question.
Delegate of United Kingdom. How will United Kingdom balance its role as a global financial center with its responsibilities towards the SDGs? Do share data on carbon emissions, sustainable investments, and circular economy initiatives.
For the carbon emission, we have the government of United Kingdom have several policies, such as the carbon emission policies that will be reducing by 80% by 2050.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Thank you so much, Delegate. We'll proceed to the next speaker, Delegate of Germany. Delegate of Germany, to all the delegates, will it be comfortable if you speak from your position itself? A mic can be provided to you, if that is comfortable for you all. Yes? Yes, delegates? Perfect.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. A very good afternoon to all. 80 centimeters. That's how much the Earth's axis has tilted due to groundwater exploitation. It's not just this. Melting glaciers, floods, drought, forest fires, hurricanes, and cyclones. These are all the problems humans have created for themselves. The German Sustainable Development Strategy is continuously updated and refined. Strategies based on intergenerational equity, quality of life, social cohesion, and international responsibility. Germany made a commitment to reduce greenhouse emissions by 40% in 2020 and has achieved it. Germany has planned to spend 6.3 billion euros on EV charging infrastructure in the next 3 years. German EV sales are on track to reach the 50 million target by 2030. Globally, most of the countries have set sustainability goals for themselves. Now, what is required is to be truthful to the commitments that have been made and measure the progress every year to ensure that goals are achieved by 2030 or 2045. To achieve this, unity among nations is also required, as in sharing of technology, infrastructure, and finance. Also, countries should be open to allowing inspectors to check their developments. Today's actions are tomorrow's history and future's gift. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You're still left with 10 seconds. How would you like to yield your time?
Delegate of Germany would like to yield the remaining time to POIs.
Right, delegates willing to ask questions. We'll be entertaining two questions. Albania and USA. I'm so sorry. Argentina, you've already been recognized once. Albania and USA.
The delegate of Albania would like to raise a point of information to the delegate of Germany. How does Germany plan on using technology and infrastructure to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals?
Delegate of Germany would like to reply to the point of information raised by the delegate of Albania. As told in the GSL that Germany is planning to use 6.3 billion euros for EV charging infrastructure. That means Germany is planning to completely turn into EV by 2030 or 2045 to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you. Delegate of USA.
Where is Germany right now in the terms of the SDGs?
30% of our electricity from renewable energy resources, which significantly reduces the greenhouse gas emissions. And as told in the GSA, we are completely converting into EVs, which will also reduce the greenhouse gas emissions a lot. Germany's success story comes down to two factors, that is strong government policies and high public awareness of recycling.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate of New Zealand.
The delegate thanks the chair. Yes, we believe in globalization and trade, but we also believe in you being able to benefit from that. Quoted by Jacinda Ardern. New Zealand will contribute to the accomplishment in sustainable development goals through domestic action and international leadership on global policy concerns. New Zealand will contribute to this by taking the lead on international problems such as removing fossil fuel subsidies, fostering an open rule-based trade system under the World Trade Organization, and finally advocating for Global Research Alliance. Our nation will collaborate with partner nations to support key goals in areas where it can be most successful. Through its focus on sustainable economic growth and complementing investments in education, health, governance, and resilience, the New Zealand Aid Program is well positioned to help partner nations in meeting their sustainable development goals. Along with this assistance funds, New Zealand's development efforts entail policy leadership and coordination. As a result, working with partner governments on policy concerns are a crucial aspect of our development work. We are a global voice for development concerns, and domestically, we push for a development-friendly New Zealand. The delegate once again thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You will lapse your time. Delegate of Indonesia.
Delegate of Germany would like to raise a point that the delegate of New Zealand had used personal pronoun of you, me, and we.
So it's completely fine. We are taking note of it, and as it is, delegates understand. If personal pronouns are being used, if I, me, myself, we, us, this is being used, is completely fine. In order to consider the population and the people of the country and the citizens you're representing, sometimes we is initiated. If a country, if let's say New Zealand is focusing upon other nations as well, that all of us have to together move ahead, then we must be used.
Sustainability is no longer about doing less harm, it's about doing more good. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates across the world, the delegate of Indonesia stands in this assembly to reaffirm the unwavering commitment of Indonesia to the pursuit of sustainable development, guided by the principles of environmental stewardship and equitable progress. Indonesia is transforming at a rate faster than at any time in its history. With the 2030 agenda in mind, the nation is moving towards a higher value, globally integrated, lower carbon economy. National Medium-Term Development Plan of Indonesia is a 5-year plan that outlines Indonesia's development priorities, strategies, and targets, including tasks related to economic growth, social welfare, and environmental sustainability. Presidential Regulation Number 3/2020 on National Action Plan for Reducing Stunting. This regulation addresses nutrition and health issues in children, focusing on improving maternal and child health and overall well-being. Presidential Regulation Number 13/2011 on the use of biodiesel is the regulation mandates the banning of biodiesel with fossil diesel to promote the use of renewable energy sources and reduce emissions. As delegates of a shared planet, let us intertwine our strengths in a symphony of collaboration. By harmonizing efforts, we shall compass a future where sustainable development is the chorus that resonates across borders, uplifting society, nurturing nature, and ensuring a legacy of prosperity for generations to come. The delegates thank the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Japan.
Esteemed Chair and dear delegates, approximately 52 million children are exposed to child labor, while around 250 million women getting married before turning 15, and July 2023 will be the hottest month in its history. And Japan works is determined to tackle these critical challenges affecting both individual and whole community. The Sustainable Development Goals Promotion Headquarters of Japan prioritize sustainability with a social progress and environmental protection. It leads 8 priority areas categorized according to 5 Ps:
People, Planet, Prosperity, Peace and Partnership for the 2030 Agenda. Japan faces severe population imbalance with declining work age and increasing of aged group. To address this, Japanese government raised family-related social strengthening fund from 10 trillion yen to 20 trillion yen. Furthermore, the SDGs Promotion Committee aims to implement a comprehensive national program to combat the decline in birth rate. In an effort to address the pressing issues of working stress and a high suicide rate, now policies were implemented to reduce working hours for Japanese laborers. Japan is continuing its effort in international community to address climate change and integrate climate change measures into national policy, strategies and planning. Emphasizing the policy proactive contribution to peace through international cooperation, Japan aims to play a greater role in securing global peace, stability and prosperity. Delegates thanks the chair.
Both in the kingdom and the world are demanding a cleaner, greener, and more inclusive future, and we owe it to them to deliver on this. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. Honorable Chair, my fellow delegates. Saudi Arabia has embarked upon an extraordinary reform agenda known as Vision 2030, which aims to create a dynamic, diverse, and sustainable economy. Saudi Arabia is leading the way for other countries by the country's aim to reach net zero by 2060. Vision 30 has many ambitions, including increasing the energy transition, achieving sustainability goals, and driving a new wave of investment. The Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative are two agendas launched under Vision 2030. Under these initiatives, Saudi Arabia reported the planting of an estimated 50 billion trees in 2022. And during the same period, the area covered by trees across the kingdom surged by 12 times. Saudi Arabia managed to reclaim 200 million hectares of degraded land, a move which is expected to contribute to the reduction of 2.5% of global emissions. With Saudi Arabia being a lead country in oil production, Vision 2030 is working on mitigating the impact of climate change while stimulating the so-called green era. So let us all work together to build a better tomorrow. The delegate thanks the board.
Thank you so much, Delegate. You elapsed your time.
Good afternoon. The delegate of Switzerland is honored to be standing before everyone today to discuss an important issue that not only affects just one country but the entire global community. Strategies to achieve sustainable development goals in Switzerland. Switzerland has long been known for its commitment to environmental stewardship, social equality and economic prosperity. As a nation, it has made significant progress towards sustainable development. However, the challenges faced in the 21st century demand greater and innovative solutions. The UN SDGs provide a roadmap to address these challenges comprehensively and holistically. To address these challenges, a multi-stakeholder approach must be embraced. Collaboration, innovation, and accountability will be the cornerstones of these efforts. Let's outline a few key strategies that can guide this journey towards achieving the SDGs. Integrate the SDGs into national policies. All national policies, legislation, and regulations must be aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. This integration will ensure that the Sustainable Development Principles are embedded in decision-making processes across all sectors of society. Ensure social inclusion and equality. Everyone must work towards eliminating all forms of discrimination and promoting gender equality. Investing in quality education, healthcare, and social protection will contribute to a more inclusive society. Strengthen international cooperation. Sustainable development knows no borders. Switzerland should actively participate in international partnerships, sharing knowledge, expertise, and resources to address these challenges globally. And lastly, harness the power of innovation and technology. Embracing digital transformation and leveraging technological advancement can progress the SDGs. Swiss businesses and startups should be encouraged to provide sustainable solutions like clean technologies and smart city initiatives. Delegate thanks the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Their unwavering commitment to the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals during the 2023 summit of the UNGA. The UNGA looks forward to engaging with international organizations and stakeholders. Collaboration with international organizations such as UNDP and UNEP. By working together, the UNGA can create a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous world for present and future generations. The UNGA will make a lasting impact and create tangible change that benefits all nations. All delegates briefly explained the significance of gender equality, quality education, and climate action to achieve sustainable development goals during the moderated caucuses. All the countries explained the stance of the nations for achieving sustainable development goals during the GSL. Now the solution stands to be harnessing the power of innovation and technology, sustainable agriculture and food security. Harnessing the power of innovation and technology, sustainable agriculture and food security, empowering youth and ensuring quality education, climate change adoption and resilience, public-private partnership, human development and economic growth, provision of healthcare for all, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable resource management. Are we confirmed with this? Everyone in favor? Those who are in favor, raise a placard. Right, delegates. So with this, we come to the end of the session, which we come to the end of the conference. Right? Any feedback for the executive board? Any feedback for us? Any feedback for us? You can say good things, you can say bad things. You will not be marked upon it. Be assured. Yes, Botswana? Page, Mike.
Sir, first of all, I'd like to thank all the delegates, then the chairs for creating such good memories and giving us such memorable time. I enjoyed it thoroughly. All the experiences I've gathered, I'm sure, not just myself, but all of us will carry it throughout our lives. And once again, thanks to the chairs for being very kind and guiding us through everything and making sure that all of our doubts, everything are cleared before proceeding to the next matters. So I end by thanking everyone.
Thank you. Any other feedback? Anything negative as well? We will be more than happy to hear negative feedback as well. You will not be marked negatively, trust me.
It's not actually a question, feedback, it's a question which I wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Sir, I have friends actually who were delegates in both the other committees, UNICEF and Security Council, and they let me know that they were asked, they were actually allowed to ask verbal POIs during the moderated caucus also.
Yes. So what? Right. So delegate, what happens is it depends from EB to EB, it depends from committee to committee. Now Security Council, by the mandate of the United Nations, Security Council can have a different rules and procedures. Right. This is prescribed in the United Nations Charter. Now, talking about UNICEF, UNICEF talks about funds. It is a specialized agency, right? Now, an agency has to follow the rules and procedures decided by the chairperson of the committee, right? Now, when we talk about UNGA, we are the main organ of the United Nations. By default, our rules and procedures have to be in congruence to one set by the Secretary General. And we cannot divulge from the already established rules and procedures. Right? So that is why I did not divert from the established rules and procedures. However, if you wanted me to change, I would not be in favor of it, but if the committee would have been strongly in favor of it, then I might have given the opportunity. Right?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other queries? Any other thing? Yes, Delegate of India.
I have to say the feedback.
Please.
First of all, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart because you are very much simple and open to us to ask all the questions. We have interacted with you with very much confidence, and it provides confidence to talk in the GSL and everything. And also, I want to thank the committee members and the fellow delegates here. We all shared so many moments together, and in the final discussion and all, we have shared a lot of strategies, and I want to suggest you all that we want to work forward by assuring and ensuring more rules and rights for the students, and we want to work together for the betterment of our world. We are the future, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Delegate of India.
It was a great experience over there. The EB was so good, and the chair was so good. It's like you're one of the rare chairs, like so open to you, and like it gets ready for anything. It's like, okay, you can do that. And I'm thanking all the delegates. And without the chairs, they also traveled from another place. Without the chairs, this wouldn't have happened. So thank you. Thank you all the delegates. Without them also, this wouldn't happen.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Any other thing? Everyone will be saying the same thing. Huh?
Sir, as you mentioned, you have participated in more than 300 MUN. What are the awards you got? Like
what?
Awards. How many?
How many awards? No. Right. So I have participated as a delegate. I have done around 180 MUNs. Right? Out of which...
First of all, I would like to thank Executive Board, and along with that, I would say that for this committee, for this competition, the delegates has to do hard work. Along with that, Executive Board and all these members has to do the hard work. That's what we learned. And along with that, I learned from this committee, but I learned a lot from you, your personality. You are this disciplined, kind, and along with that, open-minded towards all positive and negative things, and along with that, you guided us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's just not a one-way communication, it's both ways. Even I have learned a lot from all of you. Right? So don't feel that way, ki I have taught you, I have done nothing. What I have learned from you, from Kerala in general. Right? I have tried, I think, so from day one, from the get-go itself, I've been trying to speak Malayalam. Right? So everyone learn something new, right? And that is the reason we do MUNs. We interact with each other, right? Kudos to all of you as well for putting in the hard work and everything, right? Continuing with the feedback. Negatives, anyone? Netherlands, something negative, something different.
Actually, I want to thank all the committee members, all the delegates, and the executive board, the chairperson, vice chairperson, and the rapporteur. They have done a very hard work, and all of us also. So apart from you guys, I'm a single person from my school. Like, I think Sri Lanka is also like. So we was a single person from school and all others in group. But I'm speaking frankly, I have never felt alone. Like, everyone is with their friends or I'm alone. Everyone was there till the end of the, till right now, everyone was there with us. We did it together. This is our achievement. We should really be happy about it. And about this, the chairperson, sir, you were really fantastic. And also, it really made us, our heart fills when you try to speak Malayalam. Especially, I'm proud of being a Malayali, to be frank. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Delegate of UK.
The fact that amazed me the most was that you are only 23-year-old and you have this much amount of knowledge. It made me feel like the knowledge I have is nothing. Like literally, I had goosebumps when I talked to you. Literal goosebumps, and it felt like I was talking to a president or something. I felt like, I felt like my knowledge about, everyone tells me that I'm a very knowledgeable person, like to my age and all. They say I'm mature and I have so much knowledge. But when I talk to you, I felt zero. Literal zero. Because you're so, like, the fact that this is my first time participating, and when I talked to you, I felt the confident boost that I needed. And I feel like that you are like that to everyone. And the thing is that you're so young and have this much experience. Like, I know there might be people that have more experience, but this is my first time talking to a chair, as in like MUN, and you are so experienced. That makes me have, and 180 MUN, it is crazy. It is literally crazy. And 380, more than 350 MUN as a chair, right? That is not okay. Like, so I think you mentioned 5 years of experience. Yes, which means you should be starting at the age of 18. Working for MUN at the age of 18. That is, I don't know what to express. I don't know how to, describe that feeling. That is amazing, sir. I don't know what to say. That is very great. And I feel inspired by your experience, by your words, by your contribution. I don't know what to tell. That is good. That is great. That is fantastic. And thank you for providing the opportunity and everything, the thing that you mentioned and all, that was good. Like you answered all our queries without even hesitating. That is, you need that much of knowledge to answer without any hesitation, and that is, I don't have words.
Thank you, Delegate. Just understand one thing, that I started doing MES when I was in college. 9, 10th, or 11th, 12th, I was in sports. Either in athletics or in badminton or football. Right? I was nowhere down the line close to academics. Trust me on this. Right? If at this age, at this point of time, if you all are focusing on MUNs and debates and focusing on something which will help you move forward as a person, as an individual, that speaks a lot about you as an individual. Right? I started doing MUNs at the age of 18 when I entered college. Till school, I only had fun, nothing else. So the very point, the very fact that at this age, at such a young age, you're focusing on academics, you're focusing upon co-curricular activities, on learning new things, brings a completely different image of an individual who is coming out in the new generation. Right? Somewhere down the line, I will be considered as part of the old generation. I'm part of the 1990s. Right? But to focus, to put in that dedication, to put in that hard work when being in school brings a completely different character of an individual you all are. So kudos to all of you. Claps to all of you. Right, so delegates, with this we come to the end of the conference.
How do you manage 14 companies?
Right, so it's pretty simple to manage the 14 companies. When you have a lot of people to work with you, under you, so it gets very simple. Right. Your job, so my job in the legal sector is basically just to provide the legal advices. And if a case appears and the matter appears before the court of law, then to appear before the honorable court. That is it. To go into the intricacies and into the minuscule activities, that is not my job. That is the job of my juniors. My job is only to work alongside them as and when they want me. That is the thing.
Sir, are you really the youngest legal consultant in India?
No. There are people much younger than me. I'm 23. I'm working as an in-house counsel. There are people in their 20s. There are people in their early 20s as well who are working either in the legal division in somewhere or the other position. So it's nothing of that sort. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, first of all.
Right, so delegates, now we have to wind up. Right? So thank you so much to all of you. Thank you for being part of such a wonderful MUN. Hope to see you all. Next time I come to Kerala, next time you guys come to Delhi, feel free. And that's it. Thank you all of you, and congratulations to all of you. Right? Thank you.